Patient, we wait to attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your bag. I feel like I'm caustic, looting your buddy, your homie still choking on gas. I'm laughing, bigging the enemy, hoping they pick up your slack. Yeah, winning now feels like a thing of the past. The pros are gonna throw up the glass. We take what we want, we leave in the trash. Racking up facts as we move through the map. We're waiting for people to follow my track. Cause we don't go to swamps, don't take what we want. Jumping down, living some for the game. What we owe, man, through the dawn, flat line, like you up. Always getting what we want, but it never is enough.
My methods are only controversial to those who lack imagination.
I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient, we wait to attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your bag. I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient, we wait to attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your bag. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time we go, this legend control. I'm climbing the top, no matter the toll. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time that we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. Take a look at the scoreboard. I thought that you would do more. I'm giving this my everything. I'm the best that you have ever seen. I'm starting. I'm going in. Where is my team? Nobody slays like I slay. Come on, girl. Nobody slays like I slay. This is my world. Nobody slays like I slay. Come on, girl. Nobody slays like I slay. This is my world. Nobody slays like I slay. This is my world. I'm starting. I'm going. Ooh, let the 301 hum, bounce the bullets off your chest till the armor falling off. Oh god, all those gas making you cough. Feeling caustic when I drop, leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, watch you move, you a bot. Watch you fade like a thought, Skull Town where I bang. Watch your life, watch your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. 301 in my hands, different drop, same plan. To my squad, I'm the man, I'm a witness, no I can't. Sending shots, no spam, accurate, watch them slam, watch them run while they can, make them slump. Give me the loot, take what I want, all of my rounds, light like the sun, yeah I am the one, lighting you up. R301, you're all that I need, you're all that I want. We at the top, act like we scum, taking your life and leaving the crumbs. Do what we want, we get the dub, living that life, yeah R301. I got the sights, H-Cog, barrel stabilized, no rock. Standing mag, more shots, standard stock, ready pop. I got the sights, H-Cog, barrel stabilized, no rock. Standing mag, more shots, standard stock, ready pop. Ooh, let the 301 hum, bounce the bullets off your chest till the armor falling off. Oh god, all those gas making you cough. Feeling caustic when I drop, leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, watch you move, you a bot. Watch you fade like a thought, Skull Town where I bang. Watch your life, watch your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. Ooh, let the 301 hum, bounce the bullets off your chest till the armor falling off. Oh god, all those gas making you cough. Feeling caustic when I drop, leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, watch you move, you a bot. Watch you fade like a thought, Skull Town where I bang. Watch your life, watch your train, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. Let the 301 hum, bounce the bullets off your chest till the armor falling off. Oh god, all those gas making you cough. Feeling caustic when I drop, leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, watch you move, you a bot. Watch you fade like a thought, Skull Town where I bang. Watch your life, watch your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. Ooh, let the 301 hum, bounce the bullets off your chest till the armor falling off. Oh god, all those gas making you cough. Feeling caustic when I drop, leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, watch you move, you a bot. Watch you fade like a thought, Skull Town where I bang. Watch your life, watch your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. I got the sights, H-Cog, barrel stabilized, no rock. Standing mag, more shots, standard stock, ready pop. I got the sights, H-Cog, barrel stabilized, no rock. Standing mag, more shots, standard stock, ready pop. I got the sights, H-Cog, barrel stabilized, no rock. Standing mag, more shots, standard stock, ready pop. I got the sights, H-Cog, barrel stabilized, no rock. Standing mag, more shots, standard stock, ready pop. Run up feeling dirty, dirty, hit 'em with the 30-30. Drop it with me, that's a 50-50, and ain't never learning. Back to the lobby, got you playing sloppy. Triple take your life away, we the third party. Yeah, we all in, yeah, we mobbing down the hill and they falling. I'm looting up they squad, yeah, they ballin', I'm ballin'. I told you we would get it, yeah, I called it. We keep on queuing up, we just can't get enough. These wins are stacking up, my ops like a lake, yeah, they spotted up. We know when to run, we know when to fry. We turning, we burning, we leaving the house to die. Run up feeling dirty, hit 'em with the 30-30. Drop it with me, that's a 50-50, and ain't never learning. Back to the lobby, got you playing sloppy. Triple take your life away, we the third party. Golden light bag, leave your body in a bag. Was a 301, but it was a 1v3, bet you mad. Rolling round a circle like a private lobby. They gon' need a third, fourth, fifth party if they wanna stop me. Call me the meta man, they copy when they can, they just don't understand. I got this mastiff and I'm ripping up your plan. plans, I ain't let it slam. My bullets flood you, open up the dam. Everything I do, this the way I am. Run up feeling dirty, dirty, hit 'em with the 30-30. Drop it with me, that's a 50-50, and ain't never learning. Back to the lobby, got you playing sloppy. Triple take your life away, we the third party. Run up feeling dirty, dirty, hit 'em with the 30-30. Drop it with me, that's a 50-50, and ain't never learning. Back to the lobby, got you playing sloppy. Triple take your life away, we the third party. Yeah. We all in, yeah, we mobbing down the hill and they falling. I'm looting up they squad, yeah, they ballin', I'm ballin'. I told you we would get it, yeah, I called it. We keep on queuing up, run up feeling dirty, hit 'em with the 30-30. Drop it with me, that's a 50-50, and ain't never learning. Back to the lobby, got you playing sloppy. Triple take your life away, we the third party. Run up feeling dirty, hit 'em with the 30-30. Drop it with me, that's a 50-50, and ain't never learning. Back to the lobby, got you playing sloppy. Triple take your life away, we the third party.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm happy to welcome you back to Series E Apex Legends here as we kick off the second half of the season. Of course, we took last week off, gave the players a bit of a break. We talked roster mania last Wednesday, but the action returns here tonight. We've got 20 teams coming to compete, and I'm so excited to be here once again. My name is Yeso. I will be your host today. As always, looking forward to more awesome Series E Apex Legends action. For those of you that are new to what we do here, maybe new to Series E, I'd like to break down exactly how things work. Because Series E is a professional esports open circuit across multiple titles. We've got Halo Infinite, we've got Guilty Gear Strive, of course, we've got Apex Legends, and absolutely anyone can get in on the fun. The way it works is players come, they compete in our open qualifiers, and the best of the best from those open qualifiers make it into Series E. Now, those players will sign a contract. They'll get drafted by one of our sponsored brands. They'll get paid a monthly salary, and they get to compete weekly for points and prize money. In Apex Legends, it's every Tuesday night against other open squads, just like these teams used to be themselves. And then every Wednesday, they play against some of the best pros from all across North America. So if you and your squad want to get in on the action, head over to matcherino.com/ESA to sign up. And if you need more details, head over to esportsarena.com. And do want to give you guys a special reminder if you missed draft day yesterday for Series E Halo Infinite. The season kicks off next Monday night, okay? And if you want to get in on the tournament, signups are live right now. Again, that is matcherino.com/ESA. Or if you're in Twitch chat, you can use !sign up to get the link that you need. But let's focus back here on Apex Legends, of course, as we kick off the second half of the season. Quite a few teams have some work to do. Of course, Team Vizio was the talk of the town through the first half. They won the first 4 open nights in a row. And while they have yet to win another after week 4, they have still been the most consistent and best performing team in this season of Series E. But a couple of teams have cropped up in the kind of second quarter of the season. That was Team Intel and Team Nerf. Intel had that really strong 117-point showing a few weeks ago that has catalyzed them and has them trending in the right direction. They currently sit in second place on that Series E leaderboard. Meanwhile, Nerf, while they have yet to grab that first place finish you're really hoping for, they have been very consistent as of late, especially on Pro Night. They had back-to-back second place finishes on Pro Night behind G2 earlier on in the season. They've been one of the most consistent squads when it comes to dealing with the best of the best. So those are a couple of teams to keep an eye on here tonight as we restart the action. But the best part is we're ready to go, folks. We got a couple of awesome casters here to bring you all of the action. I'll be here to talk about everything in between the games as we follow all the different storylines here tonight. But let's get it underway. We're kicking off the second half of the season here in Series E Apex Legends.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E. Series E.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now.
And now we're seeing it once again, just like Game 2, slow down, but Fury time and time again. And geez, they think they're winning it. Chances are they're winning it.
It gets thirsted by Zera Tricky as Hacula's going to come around the corner with the spray, and now it's just one player alive over here. And this was.
What's going on, everybody? Long time no see. I'm glad to be back here for Series E, and especially with my co-caster. I've got Tom T Squared Taylor on the line, helping me bring all the action. Tom, how have you been?
I'm stoked, man. It's great to be casting back. It's great to have the second half of Series E kicking off, and we'll see who's making adjustments with the new season that's came out, new legends, so many different changes. We're throwing Stormpoint in there. Let's get the games underway, man. I'm ready to go.
That's right. This season, Defiance is bringing much needed changes, really, to Apex Legends to really shake things up with the addition of Mad Maggie. We have, of course, all the loot that kind of swaps in and out of the Replicator and into the care package now. So it's great to see. We're seeing how our teams are adjusting as we're leading up to the ALGS. Things are going to be popping off very shortly here for Apex Legends. I mean, we got Twitch Rivals going on, but we have Series E happening right now, which is the most important thing for us because these teams have been competing week in, week out, and we have been seeing some amazing growth out of some of our teams, Tom.
I do. And what I love is the people that watch Series E, for the most part, whether you're new and just joining us, there's a lot of people that continue to watch and cheer for their teams, cheer for their players. The chat's always really popping off. And it's going to be exciting to see what happens with, again, just like Aso was saying, all of these teams are really trying to catch up to teams like Vizio, to the teams that have been really starting to pop off and run away with these things. And teams on the bottom, they've kind of been slacking, right? So to me, as a former player, I look at that as the opportunity for them to catch up, right? Stormpoint is coming around the corner. Maybe they just were falling behind in World's Edge. Maybe they didn't and couldn't figure it out, whether it was a landing spot or whatever that is. There's so many different things that have changed now that you have to just adjust and you have to put in that work.
Yeah, that's right. We are basically in the second half of Season 4 of Series E, but for any new viewers, let's go ahead and talk about the format for the evening. And so our teams will be competing across 6 matches. We're going to be, I believe, swapping between the first half. It should be World's Edge and then going over to Stormpoint. So I'm super excited because I have not been able to cast a Stormpoint game. I'm never online when Stormpoint is on the map rotation. It really sucks for me, but I'm really excited to do it. Want to see what kinds of compositional changes we might have. But more importantly, we've got to talk about what's on the line. Of course, we have $500 in our prize pool for tonight's games. First place will be walking away with $350, and second place will be walking away with $150. And how do they get those points? Well, of course, it's going to come down to the point distribution here, where each kill will net you 1 point, and placements, most importantly, I think above all else, will net you some really great points. First place gets you 12 all the way down to 15th place, which will net you 1 point. So let's keep talking about it, Tom. I mean, Defiance is a huge change. We're getting some big changes to some of the heavy meta favorites, and one of them was Gibraltar. Kind of got nerfed in this patch.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, let's talk about also what's going to be consistent here, right? The consistency is going to be our pro teams, our partner teams, excuse me, that are showing up every day. And this is the open day. So what you can expect is a lot of kill points to be put on the board as we take a look at our teams, but it's going to be very fast paced. On our pro day tomorrow, things are going to slow down. You're going to see a lot of teams coming up in, zone 4 and 5. You're going to see maybe 15, 16 teams still alive going forward. But today is going to be an absolute bloodbath. So you're going to see a lot more of, not like these pub stomp compositions, but more of like a ranked type of composition. I think we're going to see a lot of maybe like Gibby, Horizon, and Valkyrie, something along those lines. And teams that have been making adjustments off the top, to me, would be like Team Intel, for example, that's been going hard in the slang department. And then you obviously have Team Vizio, which not only do they do really well on the open day, but they do really well on the pro day as well.
Yeah, I accidentally misspoke. I meant Caustic. Caustic seeing the nerf, not Gibraltar. Got Gibraltar on the mind. We had Jay Beebs on Twitch Rivals talking about how he wants to buff Gibraltar. But yeah, we'll see the kinds of compositional changes. I mean, we have Mad Maggie also in the loop. We have some crypto changes. But have you noticed any kind of changes so far amongst like the pros of how they want to play the game? Or is it still going to be quite standard where you make sure you have your mobility, you have your Valkyries, you have your rates, and you have your Gibraltar? Are there any interesting picks that have been coming up?
Well, now's the time to see, right, Jamerson, because that's what Series E is all about. So we're going to see what is going through the thought process of these players, because this is the only consistent tournament that's going on week to week in all of Apex. So you get an opportunity to, play against, I would say, semifinals or quarterfinals type of lobby when you go through and you play on your open day. And then when you have your pro day, that's like an actual ALGS final. That's how stacked that lobby is going to be. So we get an opportunity to see exactly what's going to happen. And to answer your question, with all these new changes, Jamerson, I don't even know the answer.
Well, let's set the stakes now for our teams, for our partner teams here at Series E. We have 6 of them, and of course, they're trying to fight for the best possible score that they can have at the end of the season. So if we look at the cumulative leaderboard to see where everyone stands, because Team Vizio got off to a really big start. They had a massive lead up against the rest of the lobby, but eventually it slowly got cut into. You can see now they are down to about 209 points, or 211 points above Team Intel. And it looks like it's the top 3 where you need to secure a spot so you don't get relegated, so you don't have to play through the qualifiers once again for Season 5.
I have a lot of faith in these top two teams. And I have a lot of faith in all of these teams, but I've seen more from these two teams, especially with players like Fearless, who's just really been stepping up over and over again. But there was a lot of open teams that we didn't get a chance to talk to that used to be in Series E, for example, like a team like Start a Fight with Matt Pickett on it and Crummy. So I'm looking forward to see how they're going to do. You have Axe team in here. There's a lot of really good teams in here, not only, trying to play today, but they're trying to get back into Series E, get back onto one of these partner teams and see what they can do. But it's obvious that there's a lot of work cut out for especially the teams without 500 points, right? Team Razor, Team Excedrin. This is their opportunity now, especially because we're splitting it up with World's Edge and with Storm Point. They just got to inch and crawl their way up. And we've seen some crazy things in the past where teams have gone from almost last to third place or last to fourth place. So it's totally possible for these teams at the bottom to make their way up towards the top.
Yeah, we have plenty of time. Right now, you can see that split. Team Nerf is currently the team on the bubble right now, with Nestle Splash just behind them by about 46 points, it seems like. So that's not much at all. I mean, we know that in any given night, a team can easily earn 46 points, but going all the way down to sixth place, Team Razor aren't too far out themselves, 121 points. That's basically 1 week of a good performance. That's what we see coming out of our top teams, where they're able to put on about 110 to 120 points across those 2 nights in any given week. So if you end up kind of lagging behind in any of these weeks, you can easily see yourself dropping down to the wrong side of that leaderboard. Right now, though, Team Vizio, the most comfortable with a 200-point lead over Team Intel, but they have like a 340 to 320-point lead over Team Splash. So I think they don't really need to worry, especially with how consistent Team Vizio has been playing. And I think you noted it. JC also noted it as well. For Team Vizio, they are one of our best performing teams, or consistent teams, when it comes to our pro night, which is the big question we always have for a team that is able to perform on an open night like tonight.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's just their play style. And that kind of leads into what I was wanting to talk about, is that these teams need to take a page out of, Vizio and Intel's book. That's what this is all about, right? When we were playing Halo, me and Elma used to always just go and steal strategies. There's nothing wrong with that, especially now the fact that you could go and watch rebroadcasts. There's so much information at your disposal. You can go into the game. There's coaches out there. This was the time for adjustments in between the seasons. And I would love to see them say, hey, let's copy what they're doing, or let's take a little bit of, if they took anything from it, it's the confidence that these teams play with. And it's not easy to go and just randomly gain that. But if you take these little steps by steps and you start moving towards the right direction, that's the start that they need. So, whether it's now or next week, not like time's running out, but you have to start seeing those building blocks eventually develop if you want to try to stay into Series E.
Yeah, not just stay in Series E, but also get a leg up. Start to find that new kind of meta, the new composition that might make you stand out from the rest of the lobby. But here we go, heading into the first game of the night of Series E. This is week 9. I can't believe it's already been 9 weeks here for Season 4, as we have our usual drops going out, Nerf going down towards Lava, and does look like a team might be kind of semi-contesting them. A little bit unsure about that. Maybe going over towards Tree Side, but we're joining on board with Team Vizio. They don't take the best drop, but it's always been about getting that early rotation for them, utilizing the ultimate excels to get it onto Scissors so they can go for those early redeploys. You can see Fury also on that low, but they make up for the trash loot that you normally find here at Landslide, and they don't even have to go far. Take a look at the first ring. It's going over towards that south side of Lava Fissure.
What's going on with Harvester, man? CLG's not in here. Xset's in there. We know there's going to be an eventual fist fight that happens at the... No, I'm just kidding. We don't promote violence here. That was a joke, everybody. The fist fight happens at Harvester, but there's some serious beef going on between those two teams, and I can't wait to see what happens in the pro day. And I also love these changes that have happened with the mini-map. I can actually see what's going on, Jamerson.
I can actually read the names as well, and like you said, no one's at Harvester, and it seems like it's just kind of like the nuclear DMZ no-go zone. No one touches that because they know they're either going to have to deal with Xset or CLG in the future, but given that they're not here right now, might as well take it for 5 more rounds after this. On board with IDK, who are over here at Lava Fissure right now, moving their way on through to the south. Does look like they were able to pick up that beacon as well. It's right there above Eddie, and so they know exactly where they need to go. They should have the highest priority to try and get maybe over to the Hot Springs side, where I think this ring might be pulling, but again, might be Vizio, who moves so fast from Landslide, who can get a priority position over there.
Right now, Eddie needs to, be boot scooting and boogie, man, because he only has one weapon, Jamerson, and Vizio is already going to be rotating. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, Ultimate Excel is cool, but where's your secondary, man? You're Gibby. You need energy ammo right here. You need a shotgun of some sort, whether that's going to be a Massive or a PK, because EVA 8's not going to hit as hard on Gibby. But Vizio's already flying, I guarantee, from that landslide area. And again, the team that I'm really looking forward to in terms of our open teams is going to be Team Start a Fight. And when we saw that overhead, when we saw the third-person view of the teams that are coming in, they're landing in their old spot over towards Lava City, Jamerson, so that's going to be pretty exciting to see what they do. But this is what I was looking forward to. Team Intel, what type of composition they're going to be playing. They're going with Bloodhound. They're going without a Gibby here. So whether they want to get in the middle, whether they want to play the edge, this is definitely a team that wants to fight. But we've seen them do this in the past, where they've gone without a Gibraltar and they've just tried to fight their way out of the scenarios. But that is how you get good in the first place. You put yourself in all these crazy situations that you have to get out of. And Intel seems like they're ready to do so. And a pretty fast rotation. I mean, they had a team kind of in the vicinity, but they're still moving. The zone is kind of, near them. So if they wanted to, they can go and get that. But right now, it looks like there's pings going down over towards the landslide area, maybe over towards the choke area, and then they're going to be able to look for some kills. So at this point, because they're sitting here, they're definitely not going to get towards the middle of the zone anytime soon. They're looking for slays.
Oh, yeah, they are. They started to double back. It looked like they were going to start taking that train connector over towards landslide, but the pings are now going up to the northern side, and you were talking about wanting to frag out, and this is a composition that can definitely do it. You got double verticality with the Horizon, with the Valkyrie. You have access to high ground that most teams will not have, except for the lone Valkyrie player here, and you'll have the intel coming out from those scans. Lazarus, though, first on the kill feed, getting the knock and the thirst on to 1. So someone needs to put a stop to them. We know how hard Lazarus can go here on our open nights. As Team Intel do continue to rotate out, maybe they're trying to catch someone coming out from that Skyhook side, but here's the fight that's taking place finally over here at Harvester. Lazarus still sitting on white armors despite getting that first kill, but they've got that high ground, they've got the angle covered for the time being. Looks like it was just a pit stop, try and get some replicating happening, and Matt Pickett with a nice flank over here at Lava City gets the first knock onto Act. That's Karma going down next. Start a fight. You asked for it, Tom, and you received it. We'll finish this one out, no problem. That's the +3 for them.
I've always thought that these three players were some of the most underrated players in all of Apex, but also there's some of the more underperforming players that you could see because they are just so dang good, but they haven't really placed what I feel like their full potential is. And one of the main things that Pickett's always ran into is that he started off playing Mirage for so long, right? And he wasn't really interested in getting into competitive. Then he started to switch things up. To me, Valkyrie seems like such a good pick because he's always got his, nose in the action, right? He's always putting his foot first. He's always trying to entry frag. And right there, you saw it. He drops down in the elevator. It looks like he's about to fall down. He gets right back into there. Obviously playing on controller too, you can see the looting that's going on, and it's taking a little bit longer than all you typical M&K players. But Pickett's always been an entry fragger, but he's been playing weak legends his entire career. So playing one of the strongest legends right now is going to be exciting, for me to see because I've always wanted to see these guys do well, and they're always putting in some serious work.
Yeah, and they've already got the early kills. Speaking of early kills, Intel in another fight right now. They have to back away. They chase them all the way into Skyhook. And so, yeah, they are looking to try and fight these fights on the edges. Take a look. They've got 2 players isolated out inside this building. They all converge as a 3, and it's only the Gibraltar left. And not for long, as they will take him out eventually, and he goes down. So that's going to be the +3 for Team Intel, keeping pace with Team Start a Fight right now.
Those wingman shots were nasty, but there's Prodigy Aces coming in with the third party. That's not going to be good. And unfortunately, again, what happens if you can win the team fight so cleanly that you don't take any health damage, you can get those armor swaps right there. Unfortunately, armor swaps did not come in fast enough. They kind of overextended a little bit outside of the bubble. Yes, they killed that third player fairly quickly. It was an extremely quick fight, but the third party was just faster. And that's what teams like Splash need to do. And keep in mind, this is the new Splash squad. So this team has only been in Series E for maybe 3 weeks now, and they got the leftover points from the previous team. So I'm expecting, if anything, Splash to be one of the teams that can make their way up over towards the top.
Now for CCE, fighting on the northern side currently of Lava Fissure here, and they're sitting on some pretty decent equipment. A fully kitted R301 could use a better mag, but blue is good enough. along with the armors that they've got so far and this building that they're holding down, they could eventually make a fight or push to try and fight for that beacon building just off to their east. But I think they're pretty happy just living on the edges here. You can see there are teams that have taken position further down south where I expect their ring to pull, excuse me, but here we go, joining on board with Chatham's Prime, trying to make their way through. Oh no, another squad showing up behind them now, and Dam is caught out by himself, forcing out that bubble, and it's Team Nerf on the other side of this one. They know they got the crack, but the bat has gone off. It doesn't matter as Turns gets that two-piece with that PK, instantly thirsts him as well. They're gonna have to take some time to heal up, but Turns has already created an opening for them now. It's a 3v2 as they continue to try and chase down. This is not the building you want to try and defend from in a 2v3 as they take the roof, and it's gonna be Turns to get another knock. Slacking, definitely living up to that name, going down next, and now Nerf about to pick up their third point.
Turns is even shooting his teammates. Anything in his sight is going down right now, and he's not playing around. Devotion, Turbocharger, PK. I mean, the bubble was great. Everything was pretty well played right there. But when Turns just turns up like that, there's really nothing that you could do. I mean, he charges, the battery does go off, the PK hits for what, 90 in that type of instance, and there was just no chance for the Gibraltar. I mean, you throw down a defensive bombardment, you're really not even doing anything besides maybe slowing your teammates down at that point. That's how fast they collapse. So again, just taking too much damage, being a little bit out in the open, a little bit too far away from the team, that's where the mistake lied, and you just get punished for that by a team like Nerf.
Yeah, and here in the open nights, you just learn. You just learn from your mistakes, and you go next for game number 2. So we'll see if they can bounce back. But for Team Nerf, they're sitting pretty. Triple purple armors. They picked up all of that loot as well. And this was a fight where they didn't have to trade for much at all. If anything, they probably expended maybe 2 bats total. Here we go, taking a look at the next ring, though. It is continuing to pull on over towards that lava side, or lava fissure side, actually. And so we're looking at the train tracks. We're looking at the building to the south that we looked at earlier. Good shots coming out as they raid Q out, as it looks like Lazarus just trading away some damage for the time being, but they have at least gained a position here in the hot springs.
Definitely want to go back and see what's going on with Nerf, because if you saw on that minimap on the south side, there were so many teams inside of this choke right here, and Nerf was the team that was kind of filtering themselves up along the way. So there's going to be probably 3 or 4 layers of gatekeeping right now, and if Nerf can come out of this on top, we're going to see a huge first game from them. Already looking pretty good in terms of their teamwork, and I love the fact that we're seeing a charge rifle come out here, because you saw the aggressiveness for Turns. If you can get the cracks right here, Jamerson, you can just send Turns in. You have double aggressive players there with movement coming in with Valkyrie and with Wraith, so that seems to be the perfect combo right now. And then you have the Wingman PK coming through, so it seems like Nerf, all 3 players are going with the PK shotgun.
Yeah, their tempo has been incredibly strong right now as start of fights, making their way into Thermal, catching out a team on the rotate now. Crummy has been cracked. Another Arc Star actually damaging Aves as he will fall next, but it's an exchange 1-for-1. Matt Pickett is still up, has the PK out, gets the next knock onto Loleo, and they will be able to knock out this squad, start getting the res. You can see the armor swaps coming out instantly, and that might be the difference maker, but no, Aves gets thirsted off. Nerf have turned around, let the team start a fight. They need to recover the banner, but they've left him alone up top, and Matt Pickett now just has to bail.
And we're talking about small mistakes. 1 or 2 PK shots right there is the difference. 1 misses, 2, the second one hits for maybe 10. It's not as clean as you were hoping for. That takes a little bit more time. You saw the armor swap left on the ground there. They don't even get a chance for the res. If your Gibby goes down, you're obviously out without that bubble right there. So that's a tough break coming in from the start of fight. But that just goes to show how on top of things Nerf is. They were just fighting a team around the side. They ditch that team. They kind of juke them. They come back around, pick up some kills. And that's what I was talking about. There's so many teams congested on over towards the side. I'm curious to see what their options are. It looks like they feel like it's too hot. They don't want to bite off more than they can chew, and they're going to Valkyrie redeploy out of there, which I think is the smart move, because now they can move forward on top of these teams and gatekeep. We don't know exactly what's in front of them, and unfortunately, nothing's ever good, Jamerson, when you start the game off as a Tomcat rat cam and you get slashed immediately.
Taken out early on now. We're down to 15 squads, though, so we have hit placement points. Everyone will at least get 1 throughout all this. Team Razor have been a little silent so far, but you know, it's they've got the early rotate into Lava Siphon, so it's fine for them to be able to play off of, or excuse me, Lava Fissure. Too many lava names in this game. YFP Gaming, though, make their way on into a building now over here at Hot Springs. The first stock comes out. That's a clean wipe onto that duo, taking them out and controlling this building now. The ring should be pulling up to their north, but it looks like they're safe in this building for another round, and so they can take their time. They can wait to see if maybe the lobby kind of teeters out, and they can go ahead and use that Valkyrie redeploy to try and find a position over at Lava Fissure for the time being. But I love this play coming up from Miles. He's just keeping his wits about him, making sure that that high ground is checked. It looks like there is a beacon up there, and so if no one's contesting, you might be able to get that one for free.
Could be. I mean, I'm just kind of still recovering from whoever zoomed in with the 2-4x right there, and we saw whatever enemy legends that was pours, because inside you could definitely go with the hip fire right there, but you can see top of the screen, Bird and the Lazarus squad are layered up on top of Team Vizio and a handful of other teams, especially Razor too. Then you have Intel around the corner that could potentially collapse. You see Fearless is starting to get interested.
Right now, Lazarus find themselves in an unenviable spot right now, stuck in the bottom corridors of Lava Fissure. They are safe, but they're still sitting on blues, and this isn't exactly the position where you can poke out to try and get some extra damage off to try and evolve your Evo shield. It's really going to be up to Vize on this crypto to use those EMPs to try and charge up the blues to purples for them at this point. But it is at least a halfway decent spot. He's going to be able to pick up the beacon for us as well as he does that drive-by. And look at that pole going down to the southwest side of this ring. Going to be going over towards the train tracks, and some of the hot springs will be in on this as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This is gonna throw a lot of the teams off here. We've already seen the coexisting, the 3-layer cake that's happening. Intel's gonna have to make a move, and if it does end on that building, which a lot of times it will, you're gonna see a lot of teams just posted up over there. One team's gonna hold the opposite side of the train tracks on the north-hand side. One team's gonna be inside the building. One team's gonna be on the roof. And then you have two teams fighting on the outside of the building. So things are gonna get pretty crazy here. Vize with that crypto is gonna be able to get valuable information to potentially see where the rotates can come through. And that's why you can see the portal kidnap did not work too. That was Team Razor coming down in there. But hopefully they can get into that drone, grab some information, figure out how they're gonna go and rotate a little bit later on. And that's sometimes, you know, is where it's nice to go and have as we take a look at a little bubble crafting situation. You know, there's so many different compositions, Jamerson. It makes it so fun to go and watch. But right there, you kind of wish that you had Wraith and Valkyrie so you have options, maybe even an Ashe.
Ooh, already getting a kill, and that Thirst on to one. High Psycho pushing up now with Unorganized. They're playing on the eastern side of the zone. You gotta be careful, as multiple teams can come up behind them for now, but they have the man advantage here. They should feel rather comfortable, but I like this. They've already got the kill point. They can play this one a little bit more conservatively and start worrying more about their surroundings. You can see why. Teams rotating in from the south side as well, giving them major concern. And so they're not going to overextend for those two players that were stuck inside of that choke point. They're more worried about their back for now. It does look like Team Intel end up picking up another kill for themselves as well, as we're now down to 12 squads, 35 players remaining here. Unorganized playing basically, you know, it's a two-front war for them as the defensive bombardment goes down, and they're just gonna call it. They're find themselves in a pinch. They need to get out, but oh boy, young Pop-Tart has the timing down, takes out luck-based killer. That was the Valkyrie, and now Rowdy Light's gonna try and bracelet away, but he goes right into another full squad. And now Team Unorganized only left up with High Psycho here. He doesn't have a bubble as he tries to make his way across that corner, but he will not. It's gonna be Nerf coming in for another kill. This is a big game for Team Nerf to start off our open night.
I've seen a lot of teams come in from this angle over here. This is an angle that Complexity loves to take. TSM loves to go and take and play from that side and keep their back on over towards the zone and then make their way through. Being in that choke is just not a good situation. You see Team Excedrin in a big fight happening inside of the building. The shot's not really connecting, but looks like they already had the upper hand in this fight. And, you know, Mozambique, not the ideal situation right here, but they are in a good spot for the zone, Jamerson. Yes, it is moving here very soon, but there is a little bit of sliver in the next building. So potentially they could just move on over and maybe coexist on the outside or figure out the situation with a Bloodhound scan here. They have Ashe if they want to go and hit the ultimate over towards the high ground if they really need to. But there goes Team Intel. They've already lost out on one player, and now it's Mooney and Fearless trying to hold things down as Dimmy continues to get knocks too, and things are about to get pretty hairy here in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, they do have their Valkyrie ultimate, but again, just doing it as a two-man can be extremely risky, and without a Gibraltar, you don't have that landing, the bubble on the landing to really help you out. Dimmy's still trying to find something here, getting aggressive, gets cracked himself, and he is forced back, but he does have turns and force. Relatively healthy here, still patrolling on the southeast side. Zone is closing in now, and Team Nerf need to start running in with this. We'll see if they have control over the train tracks as Razor have made their Valkyrie redeploy, and they've gone basically to the middle of this zone. Maybe playing off the low ground here. They have some cover to work with, and I think with still 10 teams alive, they're hoping that no one really just looks down at them, but now the bubble's been forced out and they have to make a decision. Do they try and climb up or do they fight for the low ground? It looks like they might have to push up high, but they're gonna slide right on down, still taking damage from the teams inside the hot spring. That's Kimchi Lee, the team Excedrin, and end up getting that one knock.
Yeah, unfortunately, the only play right there was to go and fight the team that was holding the low ground. Then when you fight that team on the low ground, you're gonna get third-partied from the high ground. So basically, there really wasn't a play that was going to keep them alive unless they miraculously just slayed the team directly next to them that already knew they were there. They didn't have a bubble anyway. All of their resources at that point aren't even usable. All of their utility isn't usable. So you are stuck in just a fish in a barrel. So that's very tough. But it's no surprise that Team Vizio is in one of the best spots in the game, right? They've been walking down this building for quite some time. They're so good at getting out of landslide into good spots. I guess the most surprising thing is that they've been turtled for so long. They don't have much damage. They don't have any knocks or kills quite yet. So we'll see if they can pick up some kills here at the end game.
It looks like they are starting to run out of bats. I gotta hope that they can pick someone up with the next Black Market Boutique. It'll be coming very shortly. It's at 83%, and that one's a very low cooldown at the very least. Cruisin' finds a kill himself onto Fearing Live, and so now Team Excedrin really starting to get things going here in game number one. But for Team Vizio now, they need to start moving. You can see the Ultimate Excel being popped, and it looks like Bursty is the one that's going to be ratting it out for Team Razor here. We're at top 8. This is where every single placement will kind of propel you forward in terms of placements, but he's got a long way to go. He is on the Wraith, but he doesn't have any armor, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's tough, man. I mean, I'd have faith that he could potentially push into the top 5 here, but as he rotates in, you can see he's on the fast part of the zone, so he has to leave a little bit early. Maybe there's going to be some loot in this box for him as he goes and slides by that one. He's got a little bit of the hot spring geyser covering him, but it looks like that's probably been picked apart, most likely by a team like Vizio, as all of the teams now start to pop off in the kill feed. Expect a lot and a majority of them to go and die. In terms of the God spot, being inside of that trailer, definitely looking really good, but Vizio pushes out building, and there's some knocks going down already. This is not looking good for Vizio.
They do get the cleanup, though, at the very least, onto Lazarus, but here comes the third party out from behind. It's going to be Team Start a Fight, who were able to recover their third and get back into this top 4 positioning now. It looks like we got 3 full squad, and Bursty, like you said, could easily crack the top 5 as a rat. We'll see if he can get more. Team Start a Fight, their attention is turned towards the other full 3 squads, so there's an opportunity where Razor, as Bursty, can come in, sneak some kills away from this one, maybe even secure himself a 3rd or 2nd place finish. Team Start a Fight, keeping a good eye on that team to their north, but now they turn their attention to all the loot behind them.
I think this is a huge mistake. You're taking damage, you're wasting time, you're giving up position, you have a team on the ropes over there. It's Nerf for crying out loud. They've been popping off in the kill feed. You've already wasted their bubble. There's absolutely no reason to give up that spot. You're already in a really great position. This is where the communication for Start the Fight needs to be clean. People need to call out which angles they're watching. You can say, okay, we can have 2 people focus on this, are all 3 people focusing on this, who's watching the flanks, etc., etc. The bubble ends up coming back, but that is now buying more time for other teams to potentially sneak their way up. Matt Pickett ends up getting up on over towards this ledge, and there goes the rat that was Bursty going out in 4th place. But I think this is a huge mistake. They're letting Nerf 3-man stack behind such a tiny rock.
Yeah, they're trying to poke away, but I think the big threat of CCE underneath them is what's really stopping Matt Pickett. You can see he wanted to go, and they're trying to find the angles here, and it's just unfortunate. That rock is providing so much cover for them. Now they are aware. CCE right underneath them. The zone will be closing on this train track. really their biggest worry would be maybe CCE using the Valkyrie deploy to get right on top of them. But now as the two teams start converging, this is the opportunity now for CCE to try and come in for the third party. As soon as they see a knock, they need to go ahead and pull the trigger and third party this fight. Nerf have worked their way on up, and now they're fighting over this one big rock. Bubble has been thrown down as Krummy tries to fight for it. Has to slide down, uses that cube. A lot of damage has been exchanged, and now they are the ones backed into a corner. CCE with a defensive bombard to get a knock onto Dimmy, and now start of fights will survive, and they don't go down quite yet, but CCE picks their timing quite right, and now they're going to peek for this. It's Blood's Cube, the only one that's really able to challenge this for now, as it looks like it might just be a heal off ultimately in the end.
Could end up being a heal off, but I think that CCE is going to try to force the action up on over towards the top, and I'm shocked that they didn't continue to try to make some sort of play once they got the knock right there, but nobody else can get on over towards the high ground, and that was the hard part of that situation. But that got a little bit scary for start of fight. I mean, they had Nerf on the ropes the entire time. I know why they went back over to the boxes. It was definitely to go and look for some sort of grenades, maybe one more battery along the way. But when you end up in this situation, that's what you have to do. You have to bubble, land inside of there, because you're going to get a little bit of gun punch. We'll see if they can take this fight directly towards them. It's start a fight, and it looks like they are not going to be able to end this fight. Maybe the heal off was the better option for them.
They do still have the Wraith up top with the gold armor. That means they can hit a syringe with the right timing and then hit a Q to try and delay this for as long as possible. We'll see if Lada has the timing down onto this one. Plug cube goes down, and now Lada without that Wraith Q will fall next, and it looks like CCE somehow survived despite the gold armor, despite the Wraith Q. CCE actually went out in the heal off ultimately in the end, and I feel like that might just be something that, you know, teams just don't practice. Wraiths don't practice anymore. It used to be something that you had to know the timing on back in Season 1, Season 2, Season 3 of Apex Legends when it came down to those heal offs. If you've got that gold armor, you've got that syringe popping, you should be able to win that one out.
Not only that, but there was no portal even being used over towards the bottom hand side, and I think that Krummy had a portal down. So the fact that they're not able to utilize the portal, it looked like there was a misplay coming in from both players. But really, to me, I would have loved to see start a fight, take it to Nerf a little bit more, and then take that fight to CCE. So technically, you lose out on what, about 6 points right there. So that's a little bit unfortunate for a team that played so well up to that point. But we saw a lot of good things from a lot of our teams right there. That's going to be a great game for start the fight to look at and be like, hey, we actually need to play a little bit more confident in this type of scenario. And then once they do that, that's what we were talking about before this whole thing started, building confidence. I think that start a fight should feel good about that game, and Nerf should definitely feel good about that game.
It was a high fragging game for a lot of our teams. Excedrin, Nerf, along with start a fight, and even CCE we saw quite prevalently there on the kill feed. And so I'm excited to see what our scoreboard looks like. We're going to go ahead and take a short break while we go ahead and tally those results up. And when we get back, we'll have game number 2 of Series E after this.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true slide trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Game 1 down and 5 more to go. CCE and Startifight duking it out in that final circle in a very clutch. Wraith Tactical secures the win, buys just enough time there for CCE to grab the victory to start off the day. Let's check out our first player of the game here for tonight's competition. And it's going to go to Lada here. 6 kills and 2 assists and over 1,700 damage there on the Wraith. Well played from Lada and some good points to start off the day. Quite a few of the Series E partnered squads getting into that late circle. We got a nice view there at Bursty as well, who was ratting it out on the Tomcat rat cam. I'm really a big fan of that nice little third-person camera to get a look at those rats, and getting some good points there for Razor. Of course, Razor with a lot of work to do, being at the bottom of the standings here, the halfway point of the season, but there's still plenty more games for them to play to try and make up that difference. Nerf was in the mix, as well as Vizio, so we'll have to see where everybody kind of shakes out on this first Mobile One leaderboard. Of course, lots of things to change here as the night goes on, but a good start at the very least from Startifight and CCE, who did grab the win there in game number 1. Do want to remind you folks, of course, while we run a lot of these online events, and we certainly love to do so, we also have all kinds of incredible things going on inside of our esports arena locations. We are open inside of 18 Walmart stores all across the United States, and we would love for you to come and game with us. So use exclamation point locations in Twitch chat right now to find an esports arena near you and come and game with us. Right now, we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, Tom and Jamerson will take a look at that Mobile One leaderboard, and we'll get ready for game number 2.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. In game number 1, we had CCE taking the victory, and they were fragging out pretty heavily, especially towards the end there. So let's go ahead and check in with our Mobile One leaderboard to see exactly where they stand, because this was a very action-fraught game. A lot of kills being spread across the board, and you can see right there, Team Startifight, despite coming in second, they're only 3 points down. So that's the difference between first and second place in terms of placements, Tom.
Yeah, what a job from our 2 open teams coming through, CCE and Startifight. And then you could see all the rest of the partner teams kind of falling in order right there, except for Team Splash. Hey, Splash, you didn't get the memo. What's going on?
You know, we saw Vizio early on able to get that priority position. The ring did pull them out of their building and did not look like they were quite ready for that one, but they do still put on 7 points for themselves. So this is a pretty close one amongst the middle of the pack. It is just game number 1 of the evening. We still have 5 left to go. Let's check in with the Mobile One high performance moment, though, from game number 1. There were plenty here, but this is the fight that really kind of spelled the defeat for Team Start of Fight here. They allowed Team Nerf to roll up onto them, and now they had to contend with Nerf just a few meters off, and CCE just beckoning towards them to come and really try and come in for the third party.
I was really curious. I mean, Crummy did such a great job throughout all this Mobile One high performance moment, right? He gets 2 entry frags in basically to come through and adds a lot of pressure. Pickett's there on the cleanup. I think what I was most curious about was where Aves was in terms of his defensive environment when the multiple bubbles were going down from Team Nerf, right? When that first bubble happened before the Mobile One high performance moment, what did that look like? Because you can see the shots right there coming from Crummy. Everything was looking really, really good. I feel like Abe's must have not had the defensive bombardment right there, because once the first initial bubble went down, once we saw that first thermite go down over towards Team Nerf's side, I feel like that was the opportunity to go and collapse, because once that action happens, then CCE starts to get a little bit overexcited. They start to overextend, and then you can go and punish that with the other player that's been anchoring the entire time. So if they could have just maybe turned that on a little bit faster, had an ultimate excel, I'm not quite sure what the situation was for A's. Most likely he was waiting for that to come back up. That could have been a huge difference if he had the defensive bombardment right there. So a little bit unlucky from start of fight, but you can see our two open teams that we had our eyes on beforehand definitely did not disappoint. Something to look forward to, Harvester here. Is a team going to land over there? It was completely open last time. We did see a team go over towards that side, so it looks like someone is going to potentially take that POI. So I'm glad that that's not going to be one of the spots that get left open, because it's definitely a really good landing spot. You have that beacon that was added there a couple of updates ago, and there is CCE fresh off of their big win. And I didn't notice how many kills they had, Jamerson. I mean, 6 is no joke.
Got an Evo shield here.
Yeah, or they had 23 points overall, so
6
with
just
that,
on one,
11
sorry.
kills for them. Really good scoreline for them, and you can see why. They start off in Climatizer, one of the best looted spots, I would say, on World's Edge. And we have a northeast ring this time around, so the algorithm's being quite nice to us. This one pulling over towards the epicenter side. We'll see if it continues to favor epicenter, or maybe the allure of fragment might pull it down a little bit, but for all intents and purposes, you're really looking at survey camp. You're looking at epicenter for the positions you want to hold.
No doubt about it, and it's nice to have the zone kind of bouncing around, because we had so many southern zones in the previous kind of split that was going on. And it's probably not going to be a coincidence if you start seeing northern zones pull more. It's like they are listening to us on the Apex side. They probably did some sort of, ninja nerf on the back end to put the zones over towards the north-hand side a little bit more. But I'm excited to see what CCE does in this type of position. It looks like one player from Fat Fruit Ninja's team has got a little bit over-aggressive, if I'm not mistaken, over towards their side. Another player that gets a little bit too aggressive. Fearless is going to go and punish right there with the car, has the mag on it as well. And this is the fight that you've played so many times when you drop over towards this building. Little rope game back and forth. You know that Team Intel is going to have them.
Yeah, this is the ASU hallway of death right now, but there we go. Fearless does finish it off. Team Intel again. Early start for them, 3 kill points, and they don't have to rotate far at all. The ring's going to be pulling up towards their northeast. They've got 2 purple armors along with the blue. If they want to, they can mosey on over to Fragment East and pick up that beacon scan for themselves. But Team Splash now finding themselves in a fight over here at Survey Camp. Boy Senpai and Casellas taking their time to heal up as Prodigy Ace is on this Valkyrie now, is the one trying to hunt them down. And Arcstar's going to force him off the roof for the time being, but he instantly retakes now, and his squad is ready to go as a full 3. Nestle Splash need to find their opening, but Prodigy Aces has been spotted out, and he's been forced down once again. He's trading positions with Oi Senpai, who's up on the rooftop. Early bubble out here, and he's got no more bats to heal this one up. It's just one player that's giving them the ring around as the rest of the squad finally shows up here, but now Splash might have just been able to whittle them down slowly but surely. Oi Senpai coming in for that eastern flank, but he has been spotted out. Fat Fruit Ninja gets the first knock. That's Prodigy Aces going down. Oi Senpai trades back, bringing this down to a 2v2. Nestle Splash, what else do they have left? Well, it doesn't look like much as Casellas gets knocked next, and it's going to be Team Lust picking up the +3 here and the res onto Fat Fruit Ninja.
Look at the pro crawling from Fat Fruit Ninja 2. He's on the outside. He opens the door, gets back in. You love to see it. Meanwhile, a Steamroller's coming through. Possible third party, but they got distracted, Jamerson, by a team on over towards the side. I don't think they realized the opportunity that was directly in front of them. Patty busting out the caustic. Maybe some sort of Bloodhound scan would have proved very useful. Now you see the boxes, and they're like kind of wondering what's going on. But keep in mind, this team's already fully healed throughout all of this. The armor swaps are there. Look at this angle coming through, though. Patty coming in with the Nox gas grenade. Is going to be able to connect on that one. That box may have an armor swap. Wow, great tracking there from Carnage Cowboy as well. If you're wondering what his Twitter was or what Young Pop-Tart's Twitch is, it's right there in the title.
Yeah, that was just a great engagement coming out. You saw Young Pop-Tart starting it off with that Arcstar, drawing all of their attention away and start forcing them to the other side of the building where caustic traps were being set up along with that Nox gas grenade. We're seeing the changes coming in for the caustic, the nerf to his barrels. Now they can be destroyed once they have been deployed, other than shooting at the base. Once they have gone off, 150 HP, that's all you need to knock out. You do have a okay, never mind. They're not going to go for that Valkyrie deploy as they instantly get tagged. And they don't like this building because I can understand. All the doors have been griefed, and now they don't have as many defensive options here. They're going to try and set up with these barrels, but again, the barrels can easily be cleared.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And when you see a lot of death boxes, you're like, okay, well, what's been going on here, right? It's like a car pileup. You're like, I don't really think I want to be in this car pileup. I think I'm going to avoid the accident and kind of go around. Right now, Steamrollers was trying to get out of there, and you can see the Valkyrie redeploy coming through. But I've been so impressed with young Pup-Tart. I think that's definitely one of the up-and-coming players that we have in Series Z. He was one of the players that lasered a Valkyrie right out of the air in the previous game when the Valkyrie was trying to redeploy on over towards the zone, and I think it's zone 4 going on over towards the choke. So there goes the bubble to try to get some more loot. It's also going to be a bubble to go and try to get the Valkyrie skyward dive through. Good heads up play, and you can see Steamrollers is definitely all on the same page. Between the flank that they came in and got the kills inside the building, when they had the flank between Patty and Carnage Cowboy coming through, and the great Nox gas grenade, the great grenade that came in from young Pup-Tart to stop them from coming out the other door. Also, just the unison of going over towards the bubble, all three at the same time and exiting the building. Not one player was, in that type of instance, Patty could have been maybe tossing out a barrel inside of the building that he didn't need to waste. And now it takes him a couple extra seconds to get on over towards his teammates. That was not the case at all. They're definitely communicating and doing it at a high level.
And I love this call because this is how I would say you should play the ALGS. If you notice that a spot's way too hot for you, you can't defend it as well because all the doors are griefed, just get out of there. They've got their 3 kill points already. Now they can just really bank upon and getting some placement points here. They're going to play on the edges, and they have the composition to do it. They've got the caustic, and they can slow down fights for themselves. If they find themselves in isolated fights, they can play off these buildings for the time being. They do note, though, that there is a team crafting, and you know what? They're going to let their curiosity get the better of them, and they're going to try and investigate here.
Why not? After such a good clean team fight, you might as well go and try to take it to him. Meanwhile, start a fight over towards the Geyser side, looking like they are getting a fight. And also in the kill feed, Team Intel is going to get involved with a wingman shot and kill coming in from Fearless. We'll see if they're going to be able to get that one and flush that one out. But here goes the entry frag coming in, and Crummy's been great on the entry frag. Pickett's been great on the entry frag. I like this composition. I think that it fits all of their play styles very well. As the kill feed really starts to bump up, you can see another team gets involved in that fight. That's going to be Nerf coming through, and Team Intel and Nerf possibly in a fight efforts.
We'll see. Intel did finish off their fight, and it looked like Nerf was coming in for the third party. But right now, team start a fight, looking for an opening up against this caustic squad. A lot of nades being used, and the zone has closed in on them, but this is just ring number 1. Gonna tickle away. They force out the bubble, and that might be the go signal for them, as they do get some great damage off. Turn around, and somehow Hack got the knock onto Crummy. They do trade back, though, for Goat, and now it's all up to Matt Pickett, who needs to heal. He has to pop this med kit, and Crummy and Aves are just bleeding out. Might be a res going on the other side, and now Matt Pickett still has to take time to hit up this bat, and it looks like the res might have gone through in just a moment. They are starting to tag it now. Matt Pickett, this is his opportunity, but he still has to contend with the caustic gas here as he tries to spray through it. Gets a decent tag, but it's still a numbers game that is working against him at this point.
I mean, I'm surprised that he wasn't able to knock both those barrels down, but that was such an unlucky turn of events. I mean, everything was looking good. Abe's screen was almost perfection, chef's kiss, with the nade, with the shots, with the angles. Again, somehow Crummy ends up going down over towards the side. Having to kick the door down is never a good opportunity. But because Pickett is rocking the Valkyrie, I love the opportunity to go and hit the Geyser. If he does get chased out, he can potentially redeploy back on over towards those banners and get them. So they're not out quite yet. I think it's very smart from Pickett to get onto there. He did try to play the hero move, but once he saw that it wasn't going the way that he planned, he ends up backing off. Meanwhile, Nerf ends up getting their team back up, and I'm not quite sure where Intel was throughout all of this. So maybe if we can get the mini map up, we can see a lot of these teams and where they're going to be rotating through. But what a job from the team that did take down Start a Fight. That was not an easy fight to go and take.
Yeah, Nerf tried to chase down Team Intel through Lava Siphon. Luckily for Team Intel, they were able to recover their banner, and so they can get that res. Again, it is still ring number 1. It just tickles away. You have to remember that also in the crafting, medkits are much cheaper now as well. I believe 15 credits to craft that one up. So if you're hurting for heals, you can definitely just heal with the replicators here. As we get a look at the next ring, it is pulling over towards Epicenter proper. You can see Epicenter being smack dab in the middle of that next zone. We're already down to 16 squads here, so it has been a lot of action here in the early game. Taking a look up at that northwest side, though, take a look at Excedrin are trying to creep up for a fight, but there's multiple teams in the area still over at Skyhook.
So many different ways to go and approach this to make their way over towards the zone, but what I'm seeing is a really great rotation from Nerf. You can see Nerf's coming up and trying to make the way up from the southwest side, or excuse me, the southeast side. They're to come around towards the slow side of the zone, and they don't know, like we know, how many teams are actually not in that area, which is going to prove very useful for them. But it looks like there was a banner camp that was going down, and I think that's a smart play. I mean, this is a very good team. They're sitting in second place already. Start a fight was, so to sit there and make sure that they are fully getting eliminated was a very smart play. But I'm not quite sure if Pickett was able to get those banners. I feel like that was him that came back. He tried to test the waters right there and wasn't expecting them to still be there.
And so Black Hand are going to now rotate in. They still have a ways to go, but it looks like just on the edge of Fragment East, they'll find some safe harbor there. With that Valkyrie passive, they do note that there is a team playing off the train tracks, so they've got to be careful in how they hold this building, but this is a great stopgap for them at the very least. Bubble was used by Goat just in case, so maybe that team notes that there might be some weakness on the squad, but for now, it looks like it's just a free rotation. Continuing to get peppered as they move building to building, but they find a much better building to be able to hold. They've got the barrels locking down all the doors as well, and they might even just get a free world drop. So that's going to be a nice rotation for them, along with the +2 that they picked up from Team Start a Fight.
Yeah, this is the rotation where they're kind of taking the same path as Team Nerf, and we've seen Team Nerf turn back around and start gatekeeping teams. So they have to be careful of that type of situation. Is RGC now finding themselves in a fight? That's going to be the first knock coming through with the R301. And look at that, right on top of the res. Really smart play from Dragon. Unfortunately, the rest of the team is not going to be there. And maybe they bit off a little bit more they can chew, and that's not the situation that you're looking for when you already have the advantage. RGC, are they going to fall apart right here, Jamerson? A very nice armor swap inside the building. Nades coming everywhere. Third party on top of third party, and Team Excedrin is going to be the one reaping the benefits of that fight.
I'm not entirely too sure what I was watching there, as both teams were just kind of struggling to finish each other off, allowed Excedrin to come in for the third party. It looked like they only picked up one kill, though. There might be some knocks on the ground for them to pick up throughout all of this, and it looks like, yeah, Cruisin does get that on to Miles at the very least. So now Team Excedrin, they don't take the fight over at Skyhook, they take the fight over here. They'll still be in position to try and gatekeep the teams that are coming from the northwest side, and they've got the loot to do it as well.
Okay, Jamerson, have you ever seen anyone with 600 ammo? Let's be honest. I don't think I have. Just grab like 1 or 2 more stacks, Lee, please. I have to see it. Oh, he dropped it, man. All my dreams, aspirations, they're all thrown out the window. But honestly, I think that was a really good third party coming through. And unfortunately, everyone needs to full send into that bubble if you want to go and take that fight and if you want to go and win that fight. And Excedrin loves the fact, nothing's better than in a tournament scenario like this in Series E when you're looking for points, that you have knocked players on the ground and you get the kill points for those. That's when you know you came in at a good time.
Yeah, I mean, going back to that fight for, like, you know, a lot of our open teams, like, if you're going for that at the rate, you got the thermite down just instantly Q, but he decided to be very greedy with it and hold on to it, and he never even got it off. He was like still a third of the way from that animation completing, and so there are multiple ways that it could have been cleaned up. You could have queued faster, or your entire team could have been there, which I think option 2 would have probably been the better one when you've already got that knock. You're just trying to deny the res. But here's Team Excedrin now, still dealing with a squad to their north that came in from that Skyhook side. And it looks like the scans are helping them out as they move forward. A lot of angles to cover here. Another scan going down. Looks like that team might have made their way into survey camp. So Excedrin missing out on an opportunity here, but Team Nerf, they are greedily looking over this barrel right now, as it looks like they will be able to pick up a few kills there and maybe find some more.
I wouldn't even doubt if Turns wants to get aggressive. I mean, Turns is owning a lot of real estate on over towards the side, and there's a lot of communication going on. As you can see, Blackhand takes down Lazarus in the kill feed too, so that's big by them. That's 2 really solid teams that they were able to eliminate. But with the pings going down over here and how aggressive Turns has been and how aggressive Nerf has been, I wouldn't be surprised, again, to see a portal come down to try to check to see if, you know, they're looting inside of there. You can see the Loba taking that stuff in the black market boutique. But the problem is you're on the high ground. And if you give up that high ground, Jamerson, maybe someone else is going to go and take that. It doesn't seem like it's going to be worth it for them. So they're going to rotate back on over towards the zone and look for different opportunities.
Yeah, they have their work cut out for them. A lot of angles they have to check. Surprisingly enough, this bridge completely free for them. But as I look, we're down to 12 squads, so maybe not as surprising. Team Vizio getting a knock onto Fearless, and Team Intel losing out on one more. So that's going to be a clean kill for them. It might be the squad that might be playing on top of the epicenter building right now, the tower here. As no, never mind. They're actually on the western edge of this zone. So there's an opportunity for them to run into Team Excedrin here. So you got to be careful on how they hold these positions. But for Team Vizio, we've seen them being able to hold like these open flat grounds relatively easily. And you can see why. They've got the armors again in the late game. It's all about just executing on the finish here.
And the only reason they're able to lock this down for so long and feel so comfortable up here is because of the amount of practice that they've put on towards being in this type of spot, right? Between having to be aware of when to use your black market boutique, to everyone communicating and watching different angles, pinging what they're watching, understanding the ebb and flow of how World's Edge works and where potential teams like to come from. And that's the spot that they would come from. This high ground over here, you see a scan coming through, potential crypto EMP, unless that's a little bit of visual clutter, but you can also see an offensive bombardment is going to be happening. The great thing about being over here sometimes in the epicenter side, a lot of the icicles do eat the defensive bombardment, but unfortunately for Scissors, he gets hit, and that's going to give away the position where a majority of Vizio is located.
Yeah, Vizio give up ground, and you have to imagine that's probably Team Excedrin on the other side. With the Bloodhound scans coming in, they're one of the other teams that are running that Bloodhound now, about to turn that corner as a full 3. Early bubble out as Philly wants to try and take advantage of that, but they have forced them back at the very least. Team Vizio now looking for the angles. You can see they can try to use that bracelet to create an angle for themselves as Turns ends up taking a fight on the low ground. They end up giving it up, and they drop down. They need to continue pushing forward, but because of their health, they have to heal up. They hit the bats, and now he's going to fall back. It looks like Cruisin will get the first knock onto Fury. Pony's down, and Excedrin are coming alive today. Scissors the only one up, but he will get taken out. Team Excedrin taking out Team Vizio here in game number 2.
That's a big team fight, and it actually wasn't an EMP. I misspoke. That was the tether coming in from the Ash. So great job by Excedrin, and now you can see Black Hand, they're still taking it to some of these teams here as Mooney's going to be getting a knock with the Havoc, but this is a really big fight. And you can see Greenlight trying to get back into this one. The res is being hit, but the pressure is a little bit too much. And what's crazy is Lee's still popping off, man. Excedrin's going huge this game.
Yeah, Kimchi finding more kills for his squad right now, and Excedrin, one of those squads that need to find the bounce back. They need to find the momentum in the last few weeks of Series E here. They're on the wrong half of the bottom of our overall cumulative leaderboard here. Is Team Razor still trying their best to survive. They ultimately get Fearing behind this big metal girder, and it looks like they will be able to get the res. But now, Team Excedrin, did they bite off more than they can chew? Kimchi Lee gets taken out. Great peeks coming out from Dimmy, as he's able to just clean up Team Excedrin. We're now down to what, just 2, I think, partnered teams remaining. It's Nerf. We've got Razor down on the low, I believe, still alive, and our partnered squads just taking each other out.
It's interesting to see Nerf start to play more aggressive. I felt like in the first, couple weeks of this season of Series E, they were a little bit passive, maybe, not as gelling as they were now, and you could see just the way that they're moving and the way that they're playing aggressive. It's like a top, 1 or 2 team right here, not a third place team that's kind of fighting on the outside of being in the bubble. And to me, it seems like they're one of our teams that has taken the opportunity throughout this break, throughout this new season, to go and work on their game and figure out exactly how they want to go and play, especially up on the open day. Interestingly enough, they're also a team that plays pretty consistent on our pro days too. So we'll see if Nerf can have a breakthrough day here, because it's been that kind of season for them. They've been kind of scratching and clawing at the surface, but it seems like they're starting to kind of get through to the other side.
Yeah, they've slowly been building up more and more momentum over the last, I would say, 4 or 5 weeks, and have been performing better and better. Force almost going down there, but he will be able to make it behind cover now with round 5 closing. They're on the slower side of the circle, but they still have to move up. And again, we talked about how Gibraltar kind of loses power here. The defensive bombardment doesn't work as well inside of Epicenter, but out here on the open ground, Carnage Cowboy should be able to get some decent damage off with it. They're going to be playing behind the supply bin, but they have been pinned down. They're getting shot down, and it doesn't look like they're going to be safe inside this ring. It's really close. The gold bag res comes in, and he might just bleed out. But no, they actually get him up, and he lives, but they still need to run in.
And the bubble comes up at the perfect time. What a great job there from Steamrollers. Meanwhile, on the kill feed, Blackhand loses a couple players. There's going to be more getting answered, and they do win that team fight, but they do have a player that is going to be down as it's like a free kill going on over towards the Steamroller side. But what a great job utilizing these bins and the gold bag throughout all that. So many grenades coming through. Dimmy with the arc stars. We'll see if they can pull another rabbit out of the hat right here as the gold bag res is going to go down. Bubble comes down in 5 seconds too. We'll see if Carnage Cowboys on top of that.
Looks like they'll be safe though. They've got 25 seconds before the zone starts closing. It's the final circle as well, so they can take their time up here on the high ground. Unfortunately for them, you can see Nerf have an even higher ground on them. They've got that angle, but they've utilized a lot of their nades already and their utility. Carnage will at the very least have a bubble for himself, but no defensive bombardment to try and slow things down. They've got Blackhand right off to their side as well. This is an unenviable spot for Steamrollers to be in. It's the final 3 squads, and trying to take to the skies right now, just leave yourself open. You can see young Pop-Tart almost getting cracked there. But he does get them to the skies safely. Now it's all about this landing. They don't have a bubble on the landing here, and they're just waiting to fall into the waiting arms of Nerf, but they do find an angle to actually play off of right now. Dreza for Team Razor trying his best to survive, but that rat does get exterminated, and somehow Steamrollers find a safe zone, but not for long as Nerf press the hill, and it's just a shooting gallery for them. Dimmy the only one taking damage from Nerf, but it's going to be Nerf picking up the majority of the kills there onto that squad. Defensive bombardment right on down onto Blackhand, and they're taking the fight to them. The knock onto Goat, and just like that, Team Nerf coming alive here in game number 2. Demi choosing his timing quite well, and now it's just down to, I believe, just one player left as they're going to chase him down. Patty stuck on the low turns. We'll be able to finish him off, and Team Nerf will get the win here in game number 2.
Yeah, that was really nicely done from Team Nerf. We were kind of having eyes on them through a majority of that time. Their southeast rotation coming all the way around. To me, we're seeing so many different layers of, their gameplay that we never really saw before when Series E started, right? We're seeing edge play. We're seeing great third parties. We're seeing great individual play. We're seeing them play together as a team. We're seeing really smart rotations. I don't know if I said that, but there's so many different things that they're putting together right now. Seems like Nerf, if you were just joining us, if you never looked at the overall cumulative leaderboard, you'd say Nerf is our #1 team, but no, it's been Vizio and Intel, and Nerf's now starting to catch up.
Yeah, I might have to change them to Team Buff at this point. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 3 of Series E after this.
We're going to do it in 3, 2, 1.
Nerf got into the top 5 in game number 1, and they were able to finish strong this time around as they grabbed the win in game number 2. I told you to keep your eyes on Nerf based on the way they have been playing the last few weeks this season, and this win is certainly going to feel good for them. So let's check out our second player of the game here for tonight's competition. Of course, we were talking about CCE for the first game, but this time around we're talking about Nerf and my man Turns. 7 kills and 2 assists and over 1,500 damage in that game. Of course, if you watched the show last Wednesday when we did Roster Mania, Nerf was one of those teams we kind of took the microscope to. Of course, Turns started the season with a much different roster, now with Force and Dimmy into the Nerf banner here. They've looked honestly really good. It's been a nice change for the team. Turns looks revitalized with the new roster. They all seem to be clicking and on the same page, and it's why Nerf has been one of the best Series Z teams over the last month or so. And we'll have to see if they can keep that trend going, because of course they are in the top 3, which means if they can hold on to that spot, they will hold on to their spot in Series Z going into the next season. But I know all of these teams have higher aspirations, and while there's still a lot of work to do, if Nerf can continue to build on these strong performances, they could have a shot to chase down Vizio, but it's going to be a very tough task. But at the very least, they get a win under their belt here today, and we'll be looking to do more through the final 4 games of tonight's competition. We are going to go to a break right now, but when we come back, Jamerson and Tom will get you ready for the final game of the first half. Don't go far.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Hit the bars with the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series Z. Not to be outdone. Team Nerf take the win in game number 2. That's top 3 finishes in a row for them, and so this is going to bode well if we take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard now to see where they stand. We saw CCE going down relatively early, and so they didn't put up too many points. 5, it looks like, overall for them, and Nerf now take the lead in first place above them by 13 points, 41 total for Team Nerf.
Yeah, not surprising, especially when you just mentioned the fact that they did get 2 top 3s. And I really like the way that they're playing together. And it's just so impressive to see the aggressiveness and just the fast-paced movements that they're doing as a team. And sometimes, even if you are going to make a decision, it's the wrong decision. If you do it fast, if you do it as a team, sometimes it ends up working out for you. As you take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of that last game. Not an easy circle, Jamerson. Epicenter can get a little bit confusing.
Yeah, but Nerf had the lay of the land. They had the highest of grounds here that was left on Epicenter, and it was just their movement. We saw their rotation. They started hugging the southern side and started moving east a little bit earlier before all of this and set it up beautifully, understanding that they were able to get the knocks and that they were getting pushed. They knew that their new threat was going to be Black Hand here to make sure you're doing a lot of damage, getting 2 knocks before he ultimately fell. But you can see after they finished them off, they knew they had the man advantage. They can finish off that last man. 2v1 up against Patty, and Team Nerf just expertly close out in game number 2.
These wingman shots, I mean, 45, 45, and then he drops down and hits this caustic over and over again, switches on over to the PK, hits for 100. I mean, that's just so much damage being done, and somehow Ack re-challenges this one without much health and does get the knock, but it didn't really matter. I mean, just look at how clean that was. And the get out, he's not really expecting that to happen when you hit for 100, another player to go and peak right there. But look how healthy Turns and Force are. They're able to clean that up. Patty on the low ground, fantastic job. I mean, you also have to give credit to Patty for staying alive that long on the caustic. That's not an easy thing to do. And also we saw a lot of really well-placed barrels. And I felt like almost all of the barrels we saw on that map were Patty, because I don't know how many other caustics we have. And with the nerfs to caustic, yeah, it's, going to take these players a little bit longer to get used to. I think we're seeing a lot of barrels lay on the ground way too long. Pretty sure those are going to be cleaned up even after they've been hit and been activated. So I'm waiting for players to kind of try to figure out how to go and play and manipulate around that. But Patty's been doing really well so far. And when you are the only caustic or one of the only caustics in the lobby, you're start to skyrocket in terms of how valuable you can be to your team and how big of a nuisance you can be to the rest of this lobby. But someone's going to have to slow Nerf down.
Yeah, someone has to slow the Nerf down. Blackhand had their opportunity, and to their credit, this was the right call for them to make. They noticed that Nerf were tunneling just a little bit on to that one squad on the low, but you can see how instantly they reacted to the call that was made. They turned around onto Blackhand, and DME he did like 500 damage in that last fight alone. But here we go, heading into game number 3 of the evening, before I believe we stop and actually swap on over to Stormfront. So now let's join on board with Team Nerf. It looks like this time around they haven't been getting contested. I mean, this was a squad at the beginning of the season. Every night, whether it was open night or pro night, they were getting contested here on Lava Siphon. But you can see what happens when you get this loot. You're able to move on forward. But taking a look at our ring for game number 3, similar to game number 1, but this time around, you can see a heavier pull over towards that countdown side.
And if you are wondering where to play the zone here, look at a team like Vizia, right? They're in the zone over towards landslide area. They play very fast on that low, but they rotate extremely quickly. I'm sure they're going to get out of there right around that 2-minute mark. But they're so darn good at picking where these zones are going to go that you have to just learn from them. You have to respect it. You saw it in the previous game. Yes, they haven't really popped off. They're still trying to find their footing. Maybe they're still kind of getting warmed up, but always pay attention to what they're doing because they're in number 1 spot for a reason, sitting at almost 900 points when there's other teams sitting in that 400 point range. So looking forward to seeing what they're going to do. You can already see the black market boutiques been hit, and that's why they're able to rotate so fast, Jamerson, because that cooldown happens and then boom, they get all their loot and they're out.
Yeah, they don't have to move that far either. You can see Razor are the team that dropped that countdown now, and they're starting to set up. It looks like they might be trying to take the northeast building inside countdown for Vizio. That might leave that southeast office structure available to them. So we'll see. And it looks like they understand that they could take a little bit more longer actually rotating through as teams start a fight now. Once again, 50-50 down at Lava City, but they have been forced back. It looks like the team might be over at Big Mod. So they don't want to try and challenge those weapons quite yet. Maybe allow that team to try and push them so they can take advantage of it. Matt Pickett's been doing a great job in these fights. When we come down to these urban centers, the way he approaches the buildings, especially on these Valkyries, is so clean. And so they might just be trying to find that engagement there instead.
It's really what separates. I mean, there's so many different things that separate, players in terms of skill gap, but entry fragging inside of the building is one of the more difficult things, right? And you have to be able to approach that situation the correct way. But look at this composition coming through, and IDK, what this composition is, maybe it's going to end up working out for him. You're going to have Mirage, Fuse, and Valkyrie coming through. There's 3 teams over here towards the Big Mod Lava City side, so they have to be careful.
Yeah, and they don't have quite the armors really you want to fight, especially with the composition that, isn't as bulky, isn't as defensive as others. When you're running a Mirage, you gotta hope that maybe you get some decent information off with that clone, but even then, the utility of the clone is so low. Might be an opportunity to try and go in with an ultimate, but never mind. Casellos instantly takes out 1. Actually, excuse me, that was Crummy taking out 1. The fight up here for Splash, though, on over at Survey Camp this time around. It looks like it's going to be a bit cleaner for them. They did find their end early on in game number 2, but it looks like this time around they've cleaned it up. They cleaned up this fight. They'll be able to pick up the 2, and that's Fat Fruit Ninja going down. So Nestle Splash went out this fight, and they'll survive into the later portions of this game.
Just a little from the uppercut right there, the melee onto Fat Fruit Ninja, who I'm cheering for, man. Fat Fruit Ninja still waiting for those 5 kills, man. So I'll see you in the chat here very soon as you can see Blackhand now locking things down. That's going to be Crummy with the double knock coming through. Remember, we said there's 3 teams over here, and the team that was on the far side was the team in Lava City. That was the team start a fight. Perfect position for them, and now they're going to have an advantage on this fight if they want to go and take this over towards the Big Mod area, and it looks like Blackhand is just not interested in any of that stuff.
Oh boy, Karma sitting at 50 HP, though. He can go down, but it looks like the shot's not going to quite connect onto the Blackhand. They're going to get out of there. I mean, they got some decent points in game number 2. No point just throwing that all away, try to have a consistent finish here in game number 3 at the very least. And so they'll back away for now over towards Geyser, even all the way towards that respawn beacon where they need to get some meds into the hands of Karma right now. And somehow his gas actually gets a kill onto one last player. I guess that might have been the last player that was remaining for that squad, as it looks like Team Intel find themselves in a fight. So a lot of early fighting like we typically see here on the open nights.
No doubt about it. The pace is going to start to pick up here, and teams are going to start to play the pace that we saw Nerf going forward with. Look at Lazarus, though, kind of creeping and crawling down here below. And this is what I love about the current meta, right? Not that many Bloodhounds in here. It creates so many different opportunities to showcase what your thought process is, try to outsmart people, surprise people, et cetera, as we see Lazarus just trying to collapse on this potential fight that happens over towards Big Mon.
Yeah, this lurk play, it's going to be Vizzy that's on his ones right now. And of course, that's really what you want. The Wraith, who has that mobility, can rejoin the squad with that Q. But Lazarus, we'll see if this pays off for them. This is a lot of time being invested into it. The ring is closing, and here's the first drop. They've got the 3-2-1, and there's a knock onto Aves. And now it's a 3v2 for them. They're trying to go for that instant thirst as well. That's going to be a beautiful armor swap for Bird, who's still sitting on that white armor. And now they don't even have an opportunity to try and go for that banner. They're going to instantly call it here. Teams start a fight, fall prey to the trap of Team Lazarus.
I mean, they could potentially go back for this banner. It is zone number 1, but we're seeing a lot of kills going in the favor of Team Intel. I believe this is the second team fight that they've had the advantage of, and that's Dimmy from Team Nerf. So 2 of our top teams in a fight in this one, and we have a different change in composition over here. Things starting to heat up on the Intel side.
Ooh, we got Mad Maggie in play. You can see that Q going off. It's kind of like a thermite that goes through doors and walls and such. It's been so much fun to play around with right now. It's the fight taking place over here at Harvester, as maybe there's just swiveling around everywhere. So many targets in the immediate vicinity now as they're trying to chase down the rest of that squad, but it looks like the distraction coming in from that squad inside Harvester is gonna stop them from trying to chase after these kills, unfortunately. Team Intel, though, not giving up. They're still going to move on through, maybe doing his best movement to get across and really not getting tagged at all. But now Splash in a fight. They've already gotten a knock onto Miles as Prodigy Ace is picking up one more as they trade away for Oi Senpai, but still a relatively clean fight up here at Skyhook, and it looks like it was just a fight that took a really long time. Finally, the res comes out onto Oi Senpai. They'll be able to get him up, but the go-back res might be in play as Team Intel now pushing the team up at Harvester here. Fearless is dropped down low, and here comes a Wraith to try and punish. Loleo gets punished for that one. The thermite connecting through the wall there as Mooney is just zoning them off of that platform, and they get the thirst onto Loleo. Now Team Intel, they've got them surrounded, they've got them cornered. He's gonna have another Q up in a few seconds, so that wall, that door is gonna do nothing for you at all, especially when maybe comes in for that flank. Just like that, Team Intel picking up 3 more kills.
I love the Wingman, and I love that the Wingman has gotten back into the meta in the recent couple of seasons as we've seen so many different changes going forward. I wish everyone, almost all fights were Wingman fights. I know that's kind of crazy to say, but I just love that weapon so much. You can see when you're so strong with it, it can hit at so many different ranges, mid-range, close range, long range, etc., etc. That's just a little bit of a pepper with the 2-4 because you could get a little bit more of that sight there. But even then, the Wingman connects at that range as well. So nice job coming in and cleaning up the team over towards the Harvester side as you're having a great pop-off game so far for Team Intel.
They have at least 5 kills to their name right now. This is a great bounce back in game number 3 for Team Intel. Lazarus coming in behind them. Have another squad showing up through that lava siphon side. And all of our teams have turned their focus over towards Countdown. The ring actually pulling away from Countdown and starting to favor Lava Fissure instead. Do have Team Vizio that have that southwest side of Countdown, and so they will have access for a rotate in there. And so this might be the call. We'll see if this one ends up going down to the south side of Lava Fissure here. Excedrin starting to make their way on up from the south side of the map. They have a team in their way on the train tracks now. Kimchi Lee is right on top of them. He's shooting out some shots. We'll see if they can actually find something there.
Based on this, I feel like it will probably pull over towards kind of where Team Razor is. I think that would probably be the priority position right there. Plus, you're going to have that beacon that you could continue to scan over towards the north-hand side. But we have been surprised before, and if zones are going to bounce, it is going to be from zone number 3 and zone number 4. So we'll find out exactly what the teams decide that they want to do. You can see Nerf, they laid on top of each other. They're going for another northeast flank, and you could tell the way that they've been able, to move. They've worked on their rotations a lot. They're taking safe routes. They're not, worried about this congestion that's happening on over towards the south. It's like they know the mini map, right? And they see where the players are going to go, but that's just not the case. That's just great experience of coming in where the path is the least resistant. And that's what you want to do, because the teams are going to get distracted with themselves. They're going to start to fight, and then you can go and collapse on potential third parties. But they also have an opportunity to gatekeep what's going on behind them, as Team Blackhand is still coming out of the epicenter side.
Enemy at that location.
You can see right now, CCE, we've got Team Excedrin forcing out a squad into the open here. Dam and his crew just stuck in the middle of nowhere right now between 3 teams, but it looks like they have found some respite, and they can continue to pull over towards that canyon just to their north as well. But the teams are starting to make their way on in. It looks like Intel have run into Excedrin on the south hand side, joining on board with Team Vizio. Rare look at their mid games. You can see they've got blue armor so far, but you can damn well bet that by the time we're down to about 7 squads, they're gonna have the reds for Phony and Scissors. This is a squad that utilizes that black market boutique and the extra ammo you can get out of it so well to get the Evo shield that you typically lack coming out from Landslide. But unfortunately for them, not too many teams rotating through the northern side quite yet, but as you mentioned, Tom, they're doing a great job of keeping track of every angle, every which way that can lead up to their building for now. You can see it's a 3-point defense. Someone on the northwest side, someone on the south, someone on the southeast, as well as Team Intel now creeping their way on up towards Team Excedrin.
Jameson, you're going to have to take this away from me for a second. I have something crazy happening.
Yep, we got this. As Team Intel, ooh, maybe goes for that peek and gets some decent damage off and gets his red Evo shield as well throughout all of that. It's going to hit the bat for now, as this engagement is still mid-range for the time being. They've got the ring to their back, and there's a Valkyrie redeploy right on top of Fearless, but it looks like he's going to slap it down by himself. The Valk ultimate used to try and reconnect with his squad, as Dank gets instantly thirsted by Fearless for that transgression. What a great turnaround for Team Intel, as Team Nerf here on the northeast side, all quiet on the eastern front for them, as there isn't too much action here now, as we have another fight taking place on the northwest side of the map right now. Oi Senpai going down to Patty and Nestle Splash finding a kill for themselves. That's going to make the rotate easier into that lava fissure side. Cruisin finds a knock onto GS Bird, and Lee will finish that off as well. Team Intel are able to move on through away from the train tracks now, just off to their west. They're going to continue to hug this western side. As you can see, Team Excedrin have full control over that bridge for the time being. You can see the loot boxes are around, so they can pick those up, and that's going to be nice for them. As Team Intel, they have, I gotta imagine, what, 6, maybe 7 kill points in this game alone. Easily one of their best so far, and so they need to have the placement points actually match it as well, going into the second half of the day. But for right now, with 45 seconds left to go before the zone starts closing, they're under no real pressure to make this rotate. They've got the Ash, they've got the Valkyries, so they've got everything they need to move past a team that might try and gatekeep them. But I can't imagine that anyone's actually playing the southwest side of the map, as Carnage Cowboy will go ahead and finish off Picellos. We're down to 14 squads here. Team Intel now on the move, making their way on up, but it looks like it's all clear for them. Taking a free zip, typically in Apex Legends, taking a zip like this is just a death sentence, but it was completely free for them. No one playing here on the south side, and the ring could continue to pull this way, Tom.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they're able to get this rotation for so free, and they're playing confident. They're understanding that they can continue to add pressure with the amount of kills that they had. But not having a Gibby in this instance is going to be tough. They're going to need to really slay out. As you see, Destroys comes around the corner, gets the first knock right there, and now Mooney and Fearless going to have to go big.
They do have that Maggie thing burning across that. The knock almost getting one more. There it is onto the Valkyrie. Nobu will be Ghana, and now Intel back away. Maybe still has not been rezzed up, but They might have thwarted a third-party attempt by just surviving throughout all of that. And Fearless, he wants to try and create some space for his squad as the res happens. Mooney hasn't even healed himself yet. Prioritizing that res, and they will be able to get that off. I'm surprised with Excedrin just off to their east that the third party did not come in. Right now, looks like they've got other worries here as the defensive bombardment goes down on top of them. Team Intel are already on the move.
Yeah, Team Intel with a great recovery coming through, and now you can see they're going to try to play on over towards where these crates are to try to finish off these kills. Great thermite right there. That's not only for the damage, but just getting the information of where these players are going to go. And now they're going to start to be turtled up behind this wall. Well, there's the information you're looking for. There's the spray, the havoc with the turbocharger and Fearless. We hyped them up beforehand, and now you see why that could be a Mobile One high performance moment.
It better be. It better be. That was impressive. How quickly they went from recovering to pushing another fight. That kind of shot calling is something that doesn't happen every day. Team Excedrin, though, still here on the eastern side, have to deal with the squad right now. They force out the raid queue. This is a zone that's going to hurt, so you got to hope that you get across to the other side as Dimmy gets finished off. And so it looks like it was Team Nerf on the wrong side of this fight right now. Team Excedrin, with 50 seconds left to go, they can just camp this banner, and they don't realize that there's another body on the other side of that rock. They might actually leave this for free. I'm surprised the scan actually didn't hit anyone. We'll see if the Bloodhound turns around one more time just for good measure. They might be able to pick up that banner. Never mind, he's going to go ahead and call it. Use that Wraith portal to get out.
And I like that play as we take a look at what the rest of the teams are doing, trying to catch up to Intel. You start to, get a little bit worried when you see Intel popping off that hard, and you wonder, is it the composition? Is it them just having a little bit more fun, them playing more aggressive? Who knows? Is it the zone? That's just so awesome to see a new composition come through and then excel in that one as the other teams haven't made any adjustments. And that also takes just, a lot of courage, in my opinion, Jamerson. We've seen teams do that in the past. Maybe they've waited too long and they wait until game 3 or 4, then they switch in game 5 or 6. That didn't happen here. They understood, hey, the day's not really going how we wanted to. Nerf's kind of stepping it up. We're normally the team that's been going hard. So they made some adjustments, got the vibes back on track, and now they're starting to thin.
Yeah, the tempo has been incredible for Team Intel so far in this game, and honestly, Mad Maggie might be the pick. Going in with the shotgun fights, when you have that passive where you move with no movement penalty, when you've got that, as Team Intel now moving in, looks like they might have Vizio in their sights, but for the time being, zone closing in, and might be safe up here on the high ground, and they definitely are. They've got the coverage of that supply bin as well. Kimchi Lee and the rest of Team Excedrin will knock out Team Nerf, who was our first place team going into this game, but it might be Team Intel after game number 3 if they get the win here.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, this is just a phenomenal game so far, and I love to see how they're going about this scenario, especially without a Gibby. We'll see what Fearless is going to do. Can't really hit the armor swaps because he's on the controller, so he's going to back on off to try to find some cover. Does find some safe haven just for a little bit. Is going to go and pop the battery right there. You can see he needs to get the health kit off if he can too. But this is a very similar situation than before, where we did have as many teams though. Now we have 9 teams in this type of oh my goodness, 110 across the map. I wanted to say a thought, but I just lost what it was.
It's fine, because Intel are just leaving us speechless right now. They have at least 12 kills, and there's still 9 squads left. I mean, a third of the lobby is still up. There's still 19 kills up for grabs, but Team Excedrin are trying their best to keep up pace. Another not going down. That's going to be a damn going down as Team Intel now pushing up, and this is actually going to be a huge, huge push for them if they can get it. They need to get that riot drill on, which can be massive for them. Big nade going on in as Fearless tries to go entry, but he's backed off himself. Mooney, though, is still healthy along with maybe now, but it looks like they want to fight as a full 3. They don't want to overextend throughout all of this, and there it is, the right drill right on top of
it. Oh my.
Taking away. I love what Mooney's been able to do with Mad Maggie so far in this game.
I mean, it's so fun to watch, but that was very un-James-like, we'll go and say. Very un-Fearless-like to come in there and miss some shots after hitting such great grenades, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the squad is there, and Intel, they're just unstoppable right now, Jamerson.
what a great turnaround as well, because before they even finished off the fight, knowing that they can clear it off easily, they have shifted for the next fight instantly, and now maybe might be caught out just a bit here. There's a full 3-man on the other side of this bubble as they try and push him, but no, they got the knock. It's Excedrin going down. James Fearless getting the knock onto Cruisin', and now there's only one left. The defensive bombardment ultimately, no, it's the PK of Kim Chi Lee coming in to take him down, but who's going to be able to stop Team Intel as almost all of our partner teams are gone? It's up to the rest of the lobby. 6 squads remaining.
Gold bag. Doesn't matter that the shield was down there for him. He doesn't even want to hit it. He's like, you know what? I'm going to just hit some cells. Something about this armor I've been wearing all game has just been suiting me well. I already got 10 kills, 7 kills coming in here as well. But what a job. Intel just not slowing down. They're going through with all of the motions that they need to. Like you said, great plays from Maggie with Mooney in hand there. And look at the angles. They are just dominating this lobby, doing anything that they want to do, taking all of the angles, basically bullying all of the teams here in Series E.
There we go. Ultimately, Aves will fall. We're down to 4 squads remaining. Intel up as a full 3. Don't know if this is a 3-2-2 or if this is a 3-3-1 that they're up against right now. It looks like there's a full 3-man and another one just to their north. So there's one lone rat running around somehow, still alive somewhere. We'll figure out who that is, but ultimately, it might just mean more kills for Team Intel. Already at least 14 in the pocket. There's one more caught out underneath the bridge. Mooney's got that covered, and you got the tether as well. Team Intel cannot be stopped. Blackhand losing out on Goat, and you can see once again that instant pivot for the next fight. They know that there's a threat coming out. They instantly respond. The hive mind of Team Intel are just working on another level.
Great job. I mean, you can't say enough about the way that Intel's playing right now. Let's see if the battery comes through there for maybe as well. And just the angles are so good. The discipline is so good. But now this is where you have to get and finish this one off. You had such a great start. Getting inside the building would be huge, but you can see the zone is starting to close here, and they have to find a different spot to go and hold.
Got a Spitfire for maybe. He's going to drop down onto the sledge. It's the final 3 squads remaining. Intel up as a 3. It's a 3v3v2, and they need to deal with Young. Pop-Tart sliding in, and Fearless does go down. Patty picks him up with the Caustic Gas, but you need more than Caustic Barrel to try and stop Team Intel, and they pick up the rest of those kills. Now it's the final squad remaining. Blackhand dropping in from the sky, but no, it's not enough. It looks like Team Intel losing out on one more Mooney. You need a clutch up, and he wins. Team Intel get the win here in game number 3, and they killed like half the lobby.
That could be one of our biggest games in Series E of all time. I just want to, I can't say enough about that game. I want to go to a break, come back, and see how many kills they got, honestly.
Yeah, we need to cool down. I'm going to go take a cold shower real quickly because I'm a little bothered over here because that was sexy. Oh my goodness, Team Intel with a massive game number 3. We're going to take a break. When we get back, we'll have the second half of Series E right after this.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the bars in the place. I'm talking one chance, that was so good for the code. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
What's up, guys? Tyler Endress, CEO and founder of Esports Arena. And did you know that Esports Arena is located inside Walmarts all throughout the country? We're here in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now at one of our awesome Walmart stores. Let's go take a look. Fantastic, right? So typically in the front of the store, you see you got Subway here, you got some Walmart.
Welcome back, everybody, and I think we can maybe just call the night there. I don't know. We're supposed to have 3 more games to play. We're supposed to go to Storm Point, but Intel just dominated the entire lobby in that last game. I was able to get the numbers from the TO squad. 28 kills for Team Intel. They wiped out essentially half the lobby on their own. A disgusting performance there from Team Intel. You heard Jamerson and Tom talking about it before we went to the break. That might be the single greatest game we have seen in Series E history. Intel just dominated. I love the composition they're bringing out as well. They've got the Valkyrie, Maggie, Ashe composition. They push very aggressively in every single fight that they could. They have a ton of combat utility as well when you add the all 3 damage tacticals from those 3 legends, and they use them perfectly. A wonderful, nice little clutch there. Things got, a little tense in that last fight there, but Mooney was able to clutch up with the Mastiff, and that was just incredibly well played. We talked about it a few weeks ago when we saw that big 117-point performance from Intel, that they don't have to do those kinds of things on a consistent basis, but it's about being a threat on a consistent basis and putting up those, 45 to 55 points a night to really put a dent in the standings. But it looks like Intel may just have these kinds of pop-off performances in them. So let's take a quick check at the player of the game here. But really, it kind of goes to the entire Team Intel for this one. But Fearless here, look at that. 11 kills, 9 assists, 3,000 damage on the Valkyrie. Dominant from Team Intel during that last game, and that was just so much fun to watch. I love the Maggie tactical through the floor up into the second story of the building, gets a ton of damage. They were playing so aggressively, so clean, and so well done from Intel. And look, I don't know that we're going to get another 28 kill game from them tonight, but at the very least, Intel look incredibly dangerous right now, and I would not want to run into them at any single POI on the map, so definitely keep an eye out. But that is going to do it for the first half of tonight's games. Of course, we're doing World's Edge and a Storm's Point split starting this week, so when we come back, we'll have our first game of Storm Point as we kick off the second half of tonight's games, folks. Don't go far. Series E continues when we return.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. Now all our top bars, flavored splash.
It's fruit freshin'.
We're gonna do it in 3, 2, 1.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We needed that halftime break after what Team Intel did. Well, the rest of the lobby needs a break to kind of regain their composure after what Team Intel did in game number 3. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard because they got 40 points in that last game. And so, yeah, damn right, they are in first place right now, 56 points overall, but Team Nerf right behind them down by 11 points in second place with 45.
And now things get interesting because you saw a team composition change that ended up working out spectacularly, maybe one of the best performances we've seen. And now we move on over to Storm Point into game number 4 for the second half now. So things are going to get pretty crazy here as we get ready for our next game.
Yeah, that's right. No Mobile 1 high performance moment because we can't have a 10-minute segment for what essentially Team Intel did in the second half of that game. And here we go on board with them right now. And here's the interesting thing. We did have some things in the patch notes about Stormpoint, how the drop ships kind of neglected the northeast side of the map. And that one's an important one. You can see right there. That's the change. It really did make it easier for the dropship to go over towards that side. You got 3 POIs over there: High Point, Thunderwatch, Lightning Rod, that were difficult to get to, but teams have dropped down, and it doesn't seem like we have any fights quite yet. But I think one thing we do have to note is the drop spot that Team Vizio ended up taking, smack dab in the middle of the map. I mean, almost similar to where they would have been on the other side. Teams start a fight, though, up against CCE, already losing out on 2, and almost no damage traded against them. So this should be an easy cleanup for CCE.
Yeah, CCE, winners of game number 1, looking to try to get a repeat performance here. Has the advantage so far, but Plug Cube needs to be careful, doesn't want to take too much damage as they are going to be able to get the cleanup, and that is going to be start a fight going out as our first team eliminated. Unfortunate, but this POI does have a decent amount of loot. It is pretty contested for the most part, and we'll see if they end up switching it up because we're fortunate enough to have that mini map and that map fly through. Ooh, gold bag. We were able to see that exactly how many POIs were available. To me, it seemed like there's about 3 or 4 available, which to me seems like there should be more 50-50, so I'm not quite sure what to fight for.
It was kind of interesting because, you know, it's start a fight dropping down at Fish Farms, which is on the southeast side of the map. Basically, if you superimpose it over the World's Edge map, that'd be Lava City as well. Team Razor, though, finding themselves in a fight right now, and so it looks like it just took a moment for the 50-50s to start taking place here, as Team Razor are going to force them back, and it looks like no fights really taking place. It looks like it was just all positioning. We do have Team Splash, though, actually running into Team Vizio.
Yeah, you can see the knock and the flush right there onto Phony. Razor is just in complete shambles, by the way, as we take a look at what's going on from their POI. And honestly, I wouldn't want to fight this. When you're looking at multiple gray armors over here, you are out in the open. Teams are going to start rotating over here. There goes a grenade. You've given away your cues on what type of armor you have. And it's just not an ideal situation if you're going to be going up against another team that does like to collapse on the advantages. And that seems to be what the case is right now, as Bercy's trying to shoot out some thermites over here to try to get some time for Drace to heal. But it's only going to be syringes, and then the bait and switch comes through. Fearing Lives has to go and take a little bit extra of the real estate to try to buy more time. Miscommunication coming through as Bercy's and Dre backed off, and then Tide's going to be able to pick up that kill. Tough break there. I mean, that's a little bit of miscommunication, and that's a little bit of, you know, why you could see Razor hasn't been able to break into that top 3. That's not, you know, what you want to do. You don't want to leave your Gibby all the way out like that. There had to be some sort of lapse, and exactly what the callouts were going to be for Unorganized to collapse like that.
Yeah, it felt like it was kind of greedy positional play. He really wanted to try and maintain that high ground, but Unorganized has been team firing across, against them time and again. So the third party does come, the third party does come in for Unorganized, punishing Tide, and so that might be an opportunity for them to try and come back. Either squad to try and pick up these banners for now, but looks like another fight taking place. False going and picking up one more kill on to Razor here. IDK now just regrouping. The Beast of the Hunt has been popped. Good scan onto 2, but Legs is by himself. These squads need to find a bit more concentration when it comes to these fights. They need to be, you know, playing together on the same level here now.
Right.
They can try and disengage, pick up that banner, but they're getting pushed through that bubble. Someone coming up to the blink as well. That's Prodigy Aces to get the knock onto Moza. Nestle Splash pick up these 3 kills here.
And this is pretty common to see early on, and when you have a map that people aren't really fully used to, like World's Edge. And the reason is because
everything is situational based, and your brain starts to kind of compute things and store things in terms of where people like to come from, where you should go and rotate through. You know, you get a kind of feel for the game based on the amount of games that you go and play on a certain map. And you can see they're just really not prepared from where the angles are being taken, where teams are potentially making their move from, or where the bait and switch is coming from. And that's why you're seeing such one-sided fights so far.
And for Nestle Splash, they are fairly in the center of the map. We didn't actually note where the ring is pulling, but they are currently in the zone right now, sitting on top of a beacon as well. So they'll have that information to play off of. They got Command Center to their northeast right now, and Cascade Falls to their south. So we'll see if any other teams start rotating through from either of those positions. But it looks like it's just going to be Splash spending the next 3-4 minutes in this position, waiting for the ring to close up, and so they can camp this banner, or a beacon, excuse me.
And it makes sense because when you're playing the Valkyrie redeploy, right, you do want to get that scan onto zone number 3, because that's going to give you a much better idea than it is into zone number 2. But there's nothing wrong with getting double that information, right? If they get pretty satisfied with what they see here, if they understand the zone number 2 very well, maybe they don't need to stick around. Maybe they can go and collapse somewhere else on the opposite side of the map. But here goes Fearless busting out the Bangalore, which is going to be pretty interesting too. They give up on Mags, which is kind of unfortunate, Jamerson, because I felt like she was doing so much work with Mooney.
It was so much fun to watch, but we are getting the Bangalore, which can be extremely good. I mean, Fearless can play inside of that smoke and really utilize that kind of one-way mechanic that a lot of people have been complaining about. You know, it's in the game. Kind of have to use it.
I mean,
so others do as well.
It kind of stinks because Bangalore's only been strong when she's been broken. when her double time was really strong when the game came out, and now she's got this like kind of Pathfinder Swiss cheese type of season 1 glitch that she could sit inside of the smoke, right? And I love Bangalore, man. I think that she's deserved so much love going forward, but it's, you know, this is not a typical thing, right? That smoke thing is most likely going to be changed when it's all said and done. So I would love to see something happen for her if there is going to be a compensation in terms of taking out that little advantage that she could have, big advantage that she could have. But Fearless, he's not, no shame in his game. Let's put it that way. He's going for the dub.
Yeah, they do have position over this beacon. They're going to go ahead and give up Stormcatcher and start moving down to the south now. We have a better idea of where this ring is going. So this one could be pulling up towards the wall. So that's why getting that ring 3 information is so important. I'm surprised that they didn't hang around that beacon a little bit longer to try and hit that one up. That's only another minute before the zone finishes off closing, but you gotta be careful. The Tritons are coming in, and there's another full squad above them. Mooney, though, remember our hero from game number 1. We'll see if he can buy enough time, and it looks like he might just have. Fearless really using the lay of the land and able to move onto the other side of the building. Mooney gets time to hit up that bat. Fearless will as well. You can see that instant pivot once again to retake this fight, retake heights, but Mooney's been instantly cracked here. They need to play on the defensive very shortly. Mooney dropping all the way to the low. You can see why. Maybe has been able to create this angle for them all the way off on the side by himself. And that's going to buy Mooney enough time to hit the med kit, hit the battery, and they're going to stay alive for now.
How is maybe able to get that 131 burst without a mag? I mean, 18 bullets, 130 damage. If he had a mag of any sort, that could have been a potential kill. And that off angle was so strong. You have to love that type of anchor play coming through. Because also, if the Ashe ultimate is needed, you could just regroup with your team, get on over towards the spot very quickly, and relocate. So I love the fact that sometimes, you know, it would be like a Pathfinder type of play where you'd stay within grapple distance of your teammates and then you could fly right back on up. This time, it looks like they are interested in getting out of here, but I don't think I've ever seen a situation where we have zone number 3 information and not one person, not one team is in the zone.
Teams are just busy trying to find the fights on the edges, but also these choke points. There's so many of them here on Storm Point. If you're not running that Valkyrie, it's so hard to get across. And so right now for the teams that are still rotating in, it looks like there might be multiple engagements that are taking place on the eastern side of the map right now. YFP tried to go for a Valkyrie deploy and they got punished for it. Team Razor might be in position to try and punish that. But here's Vizio now set up in a really good spot in the center of the zone right now. They've got the Black Market Boutique popping that entire time, as it looks like Carnage Cowboy will be able to pick up those kills for his squad.
Yeah, nice job. Pop Tarts there to help clean that thing up too, as Vizio sees the defensive bombardment go down, and
probably contemplating, hey, is this worth going on over towards? Let's set some pings up. Let's try to figure out where teams potentially could come through and fourth party us if we were to collapse on this. But without any immediate fast rotations going forward, it probably doesn't really make sense, right? It's going to be a little bit difficult, and they could give up their position, and that fight may take a little bit too long. You also aren't seeing any substantial knocks on the kill feed, especially from teams that are above them in the leaderboard today. So I like that play. Sit back, play it a little bit more passive, but Splash so far, the highlight of this game on store point. 4 kills, obviously 4 squads have been eliminated. That's a decent amount of kills and damage this early in the game.
Yeah, they've got the purples. They are basically set up for the late game. I mean, Prodigy Ace is only 200 damage off from the red, so they don't really need to force the issue. They can go back, and it looks like they might hit the crafting here. It is ring number 1, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So get the extra batteries for the armors that you need as Aces actually gets tagged. Tide is there, punishing Nestle Splash for trying to use that. Now the defensive bombardment is down, and Oi Senpai can go ahead and bubble up. Prodigy Ace is trying his best to survive with that knockdown shield, as Chatamus Prime even showing up for a third party. This could be the saving grace, but not if you're not grouped up as a full squad. Got that phase breach coming out from the Ash. You can see Chatamus Prime not looking to drop down quite yet. Not ready to fight inside of the zone. They do spot one player making their way on over towards the inside of the wall. And Prodigy Aces ends up getting cleaned up, unfortunately, 14 Splash.
Yeah, really nice flank coming in from Chatamus Prime. They didn't really get rewarded for it as heavily as maybe they had hoped for, but they're still causing a decent amount of havoc in there. And hello, nice shotgun right there. The PK going to connect onto the Valkyrie. There's the flush coming through, and Tide, Gunch, and False are going to be eliminated in 16th place. Suavemente for sure. That was some smooth PK plays.
They just waited until you were animation locked inside that Valkyrie ultimate, and they could taste it. It was just free kill points for them. There's an opportunity, you know, at this point for Nestle Splash to turn around and try and pick up that banner of Prodigy Aces. I mean, this is Zone 2. Zone 2 still, it can hurt, but you can definitely live through it. And it looks like no team really wants to try and camp that banner anymore. Zone closing in. We saw it pulling up just to the southwest of the western exit of the wall. That's going to be a lot of open ground, and so a lot of teams not moving for that quite yet. We're seeing a lot of edge fighting taking place here in game number 4, or our first game on Storm Point.
Yeah, everyone really getting a feel for how the pace is going to be played, and so far it seems to be a fighting type of pace, but a lot of kind of gatekeeping and a lot of teams waiting to collapse, but nobody really making any type of moves, as the bubble scanning going to come in to zone number 4 for that team over towards the southwest side of Lolio, and they're worried about their back. You could see a handful of teams potentially in this area, so you always have to keep your head on the swivel. You know, for the most part, teams aren't going to be coming from the zone because it is going to be eating them fairly hard at this point, so keeping all the action in front of you, always a good thing. The problem is you don't want to give too much presence, right? If you could lay low a little bit more, let the teams kind of fight it out in front of you, as you see in the kill feed, Mooney going to get a knock right there on a Fat Fruit Ninja, then is your opportunity to go and make a play. So it looks like they're taking a little bit of a sneaky, unorthodox route around, and this could end up paying off for them.
Oh, this is a good call. You can see 2 players right behind them. But no damage traded quite yet. Nades coming out from the other side as the triple take doesn't quite connect for Lolio. You gotta be careful. The teams that are still down by, like Cascade Falls area, or at least, you know, the rail cannons just outside of Cascade, do turn their attention towards them. So Suavemente do enough to at least force that team to their south back, clearing it out just a bit, but they're starting to run out of time. They've got a minute left, and they have multiple squads in the vicinity, and so they need to find a way out. And so south didn't work, west isn't going to work for them. It might be to the north for them, as Nerf spot out a squad. That's going to be a cleanup onto 2 members for Team Nerf. Now we're down to 14 players remaining. They're here on the western edge of this zone, and one of the earlier teams to actually get up here into the center zone, and so it's going mostly uncontested for them, and so they'll have an opportunity to try and gatekeep those choke points all around them.
Really right now what they're looking for is to play their own game, but they're keeping an eye on Team Intel after that previous game, because right now it seems to be a 2-team race until proven otherwise, right? So if they're able to, you know, get points, accumulate points, keep eyes on Team Intel, see what they're doing in terms of kills, they're going to understand how they want to go about their situation as unorganized flying in, but it looks like there's a potential team over here towards the dome side. They're taking a lot of damage. Casellas actually finds a knock over towards the side. Moon finds a knock. A lot of fights taking place here during this round 3 quarter.
Oh, Rowdy didn't have a shotgun out, but now he still needs to pass in this 1v1. He will get finished off. That's Chatamis Prime. That was inside of the shuttle. And once they drop down, he should be able to get the res on them, and it looked like it was relatively safe. No one else around in the area. Nerf is doing a good job of keeping teams at bay from running into this zone for the time being. We're now down to 11 squads as Vizio find themselves in a fight up against Razor. They cleaned up one at the very least, and we do get confirmation. Prodigy Aces for Splash was brought back into this game, and they have punished Suavemente.
I believe that was Adam on the Gibby right there that said, you know what, I'm not climbing up towards the top of the dome, man. I just won this fight, so I'm gonna need y'all to come to me and get a little bit safer inside of this bubble, because you could see them kind of stand up there for a second, and they're like, all right, you're right, we're gonna drop down, and then they get that res. So really nice job clutching that one up. But here goes Team Blackhand on the rotation, obviously gonna be taking a decent amount of zone damage unless they can get a little bit more forward. We'll see if the Ash ultimate is gonna be up. They have double rotation coming in as well. Bubble comes up in 1 second, and there it is, great timing coming through. But take a looking on the intel side of things. Not as many kills as the last game. Not quite sure if that's even physically possible again. But here we go as they make their way over towards the zone over here. A lot of bubbles being used, a lot of different utility being used, and intel looks like they're interested in trying to poke their nose in this fight.
Oh, if they can find that angle onto the squad that's stuck inside of the foxhole, but they're forced back as maybe needs to hit a quick sell. But it looks like James Fearless once again doing that front lining that he was doing so well in game number 3. This time he's got the double time passive. Doesn't have quite the mobility that he had before, but this is still really good for them at the very least. As Team Intel now controlling the western side of the map, and it looks like they're going to try and avoid that pileup that was happening. Team Nerf was trying to gatekeep a lot of the squads from coming in, but Team Intel somehow sneaked their way on in. Now Fearless does get caught out. He does back off, trading positions once again with Maybe. He's the one on the Ash. He's the one that has the phase breach to rejoin with his squad if he needs to use it. Has a bit more agency with that mobility now. Fearless is going to lock down that flank for them. Steamrollers, though, trying to make their way down this hill as a team has bottomed them out. You can see the nades going down as well. They might just back away and try and Valk redeploy for this one. They've got time to go for it. There's 20 seconds left to go as CCE, along with Nestle Splash, taking out the Black Hand right now. Team Intel trying to move in, but I don't know if this is advisable. There's 10 seconds left, but you know what? Let Team Intel do whatever the hell they want, especially after last game. The nade's gonna slow down Fearless here, but as soon as it's gone, he's ready to push in another nade to slow them down. Now the ring's gonna start closing in, and they are still committing to this fight right now. Bubble has been used up top. Fearless coming in with the beautiful climb up. What a flank! He gets a knock onto Force, and Team Intel versus Team Nerf. This could set the pace for the rest of the evening as Fearless takes out Dimmy, and now it's a 2v1, but they need to get the res onto Mooney now. Zone's closing in, and they are running out of time. They run into a shotgun, and Team Intel are only left with Maybe remaining here. Nerf might be finished off very shortly, too.
Tough break right there, and now you can see Maybe most likely going to go down. Valiant effort there, but Team Vizio is on the case. Shots from Fearless, though, man. Just love watching him continue to improve week after week, day after day. It's pretty impressive, to say the least, because he started to turn up in the middle of Series E, maybe a little bit in the beginning, but to be able to continue to have improvement like that is very, very inspiring for, well, should be for a lot of these players, right? There's no reason not to respect the amount of work that Team Intel is putting in right now. But another team that you have to respect is Team Vizio. They've been sitting in #1 for almost the entire season so far, and this is why they play so well together in terms of the end game. One of the best and most disciplined teams in terms of getting the rotation in, getting into the middle of the zone. And why are they so good at the end game, Jamerson? Because they have been there so many times, and that's what a majority of your practice for Apex needs to be, is getting into these end zone situations, because picking up all of those points that you need to in the final moments of the game typically is what's going to set you apart from the other squads.
Take a look, 2 shuttles are still in, and 2 separate teams are holed up in over there. One team might be completely blocked out, as Team Vizio will have the lay of the land. It's the full southern side for themselves. Nestle Splash might have been able to Valkyrie deploy on top of this one. We see a lot of death boxes. There's actually another team underneath them. Yeah, that's Chatamus Prime. We saw the team that actually were the players that actually took out the squad above them. One more player being spot out. That's a cheeky peek coming out from Novice, especially when you have a team above you and there's a team below you right now. Bubble's been used. Slacking drops down onto this fight, and this is just gonna be Nestle Splash coming in for the cleanup right after this fight.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough break here for Chatamus Prime if they're not able to clean this up cleanly. And I think they're doing a pretty good job of it so far. I mean, Adam's got very good discipline so far in terms of using his gun shield and then backing back off. Nobody's done the major mistake, which would be dropping there. So they all stay up, they all stay over towards the high ground. Adam still has his bubble to utilize if they want to go and do so. But this is what's so fun about seeing the new maps, seeing the new endings coming through. Look at the amount of teams coexisting over here just in this little dome.
Black Market Boutique being utilized for quite possibly the final time for Team Vizio in game number 4. And I mean, they're already sitting pretty. They've got the Volt, they've got Wingman in the hands of Fury, but they're picking up nades. They're going to be able to try and force out the squad above them here, as nades landing a little bit short, and Fury might get cheeky and try to go for that peak with that Q, but he's going to go ahead and back away for now, just creating that angle for himself. There really isn't any cover, unfortunately. We'll see, maybe mobile respawn beacon get dropped down to provide some cover for them out there, but I think our final 5 squads are just stacked on top of each other on this one shuttle. And that's exactly what's going on here. As you can see, Vizio feel relatively safe to just go out into the middle of nowhere without any cover, because no one can actually challenge them. They're all just stuck inside the shuttle.
Yeah, right? How do you get out of this one? I mean, and we're going to end up having a whose bubble is it anyway situation with about 50 bubbles on top of one another, maybe defensive bombardments going on all over the place too. One thing to look out for, having the high ground here allows you to do a couple of different things, right? You can see where all the action is coming from. Yes, you are vulnerable to things that are coming up in terms of, you know, grenades, et cetera, defensive bombardments, but what you are able to do is potentially Valkyrie redeploy. You are able to Ash ultimate towards the opposite side, and then if you bubble, then you could be in a great spot. And that's what they like to do. So they're going to Ash ultimate over towards the side, they're going to bubble, and now all the action is going to be in front of them.
Excedrin, the first team out there, you can see them. I'm actually going to be stuck in between Nestle Splash and another squad. We have so many fights taking place. I don't even know who's fighting who. Excedrin turning onto Nestle Splash right now as Cruisin drops down low. Prodigy Ace is the first to fall. Another one for Splash, and they are cleaned up. 4 squads remaining. Excedrin, though, they don't have a bubble. They need to try and go for this res, but you can see now the turnaround from the other squads. They're going to be busy in their own little fight here. Might buy enough time for Kimchi Lee to get that bubble up, or he just goes for the kill. Scissors finishing off a dam, and now it's just slacking up here as he goes for that Q. Excedrin somehow survive that melee, and they take the win here in game number 4.
Yeah, that fight over towards the backhand side ends up being the fight to win the game, because everyone's bubble ends up going away at the same time, and whoever has the bubble last up the longest has a huge advantage. But they turn back around, they win that fight, and then all the teams that were coexisting on top of that capsule area, they get distracted with another team, Vizio, et cetera, and the cleanup came through. So very nicely done from Excedrin. That was not an easy game to win. Again, 5 teams, all as that circle's closing down, all stacked on top of each other. That's a great way to kick off Storm Point here in Series E.
Yeah, I love being able to see new endgames. We did 2.5 years of World's Edge, so I'm really glad that we've got a new competitive map to actually be able to break down and kind of explore throughout all of this. So I'm glad that we got to do this here on Series E. We've got 2 more Storm Point matches coming up, though, so that's not it. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 right after this.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the balls to the place. I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, not a picture to show. Let's go.
Our first game on Storm Point of the day did not disappoint, and Team Excedrin comes out on top. They just find their way out of the chaos there in that final circle. We got a nice look at all 5 teams stacked in and around that building, and Excedrin are the ones that come out. Also got a nice little view of all of the Gibby bubbles laid out there, the multiple different Ash ultimates to get out of key spots, and Excedrin not only gets out of the building early, but is able to win the fight over there and then just stalls long enough to grab the win as they get help from the zone there. So Excedrin, a team that has really seen a slump here over the last 3 to 4 weeks of competition. They came in with as certainly a team that I had my eye on to try and compete for the top of the table. They were very consistent through qualifiers in the first 4 weeks of the season, brought much of that consistency to the table here in Series Z, but it hasn't shown up quite as much as I would hope for over the last 3 to 4 weeks. And specifically, I've had kind of the same feeling developing for Excedrin that I had for Intel in the first part of the season, where I'm really looking for that standout hallmark performance from them to really set themselves apart. Of course, consistency is important, but if you really want to be a team at the top of the table, you have to have those standout showings, and we've yet to quite see it from Excedrin. But at the very least, they do get a win here in Game 4, and it is largely thanks to the play of Enemy, our player of the game this time around. 7 kills and an assist, just short of 1,600 damage. Of course, when Excedrin is clicking, they are very dangerous. We've talked a lot about Kim Chi Lee's leadership throughout the season and the fragging power that they do bring to the table as well. So we'll have to see if Excedrin can keep things rolling with just 2 games remaining until we're able to take the lead on our Mobile One leaderboard. We'll have to see if anybody else can challenge them. Do want to let you folks know if you're looking to grab some Esports Arena merch, you can today. Head over to shop.esportsarena.com right now, and you can grab everything that you need and support us here at Esports Arena. Again, that's shop.esportsarena.com. We're going to a break right now. When we come back, just 2 games remain. We'll hear from Jamerson and Tom in just a few.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
It's fruit refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. Now all our top bars, splash.
It's fruit refreshing.
All right, guys, welcome back to Series E. After 4 games, we have not had a repeat winner yet, and so that's going to make for a very contentious leaderboard. Let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard now to see if Team Intel are still in the lead, or maybe a team like Team Excedrin might have been able to climb up enough. And it looks like Excedrin do enough to put themselves into 3rd place. Now, our partner teams really starting to open up. Team Intel still in 1st place with 63 points. Team Nerf in 2nd place with 50. And Excedrin just behind them, down by 3 points in 3rd place.
I guess the most surprising thing is that our team that's sitting in 1st place in the accumulative leaderboard is sitting in 10th place overall, almost in last place for all of our partner teams. That's going to be Team Bizio, who's such a strong squad. That goes to show that this is a pretty stacked lobby that we have here in our open day. So it's really impressive to see teams like Steamroller, CCE, Blackhand start a fight. They're coming through and they're contesting these teams.
Yeah, but because we've had so many different winners so far, like it's still anyone's race. 2 games left to go. I mean, I don't expect another 40-point game like we saw out of Team Intel in game number 3, but it's possible. And here we go, taking a look at the chaos that was the final circle. I mean, take a look at this ring. There's no cover to play behind. There's nothing to work with. And so Excedrin do the right thing here. They take the fight that's closest to them. They let everything else work itself out on the other side of the ring and then instantly turn around for the finish.
Yeah, again, that fight was what it was all about, right? The team that was going to go and push the far edge and just stay away from all of the action is a team that's going to end up getting rewarded. Unfortunately, the fight just didn't go in the favor of the team that pushed really far. So I like the way that Excedrin turned right back around and had the presence of mind to say, hey, no wasted time. There's a lot of kills here. We could potentially even get more kills on the ground from knocked players too. That's why you saw a lot of those wingman shots were just in the general vicinity of those players, because you knew that they were going to be down, potential kills going towards your way. But also that's where teams are always hiding behind those knockdown shields. So getting rid of the knockdown shields, getting rid of the players that are on the ground, absolutely vital to go and try to move forward to pick up more points and win that game. But that's a big game for Excedrin, because again, we saw a 40-point game from Team Intel. It looked like they were just going to completely run away with that. That's not the case. 4 different winners, 2 more games, and still anybody's money basically that's up for grabs here on our open day.
And it's still teams adjusting to actually having to play a custom game here on Stormpoint. I mean, we've played plenty of ranked on Stormpoint, but it becomes a completely different beast when, teams come in with a game plan, when it's not just, oh yeah, fight early and then just kind of wait. When you have to deal with squads that are looking to gatekeep positions, gatekeep those choke points and such, it becomes a completely different playing field. And so now with at least 1 game under their belt, I think, teams might feel a little bit more comfortable. We'll see how Stormpoint develops. But I'm already enjoying what we've seen so far. The fighting is a lot of fun, especially with these newer buildings, right? I mean, we were used to the same buildings over on Kings Canyon and on World's Edge for so many years, but now this is a completely different playing field.
It's nice because there's a lot of learning going on. I'm learning by watching. I think that the people that are watching in the chat are pretty excited to see exactly where these zones are going. And the players, they're kind of getting a feel for how this is going to go. And you can see that they have experience on the map, but they also have great instincts just in general, how to play these situations that they may have never been in before. And that's just going to general Apex knowledge, general FPS knowledge, and great teamwork and communication. And that's a great sign for a team like Excedrin, a team that's not sitting in the top 3, to win the first game on Stormpoint, because we don't know if we're going to fully switch on over to Stormpoint in Series E eventually, or what's going to end up happening, because the ALGS is picking it up, and we always try to form, we always try to mimic exactly what the ALGS is doing for competitive integrity and for all of the best practice possible. So great sign for Excedrin. We'll see if they can keep it up here in game number 5.
Yeah, we got 2 games left to go here in Series E, 2 games left on Stormpoints for the evening now as we head into game number 5. Did see some delayed 50-50s that eventually took place. I mean, one of them was on the southeast side of the map over by Fish Farm. Start a fight, ended up getting into that fight there. CCE versus YFP right now, and they have traded away some knocks, but CCE do come out ahead. Our first squad going down. Lazarus playing this one cautiously. You can see them moving bubble to bubble just to get across, so they might be getting challenged here as well.
That 3x is so important though, Jamerson. The 30-30 is just straight buns when you don't have a scope on it. The 3x ends up being a great scope in that type of instance. And I was wondering, what's going on with Karma? Why is his teammates not giving him anything? He definitely got the short straw of the squad right there, and he's just left with an L-Star with no ammo.
Yeah, They do end up cleaning up a kill at the very least onto Excel, so now it's a 3v2. But again, with Karma only having the 5 shots in the Peacekeeper, that's all he's got for his fighting ability. Maybe, you know, he could throw out his tactical to help out a little bit. He's gonna need some help here. There we go. Ack gets the knock on to Tunerans, and they're gonna go ahead and finally get some maybe ammo into the hands of Karma here. He's he's given up all hope.
Screw you guys, I'm going home. They're like, Karma, you got a jetpack, man. You have a missile barrage. Like, what do you mean? Like, just go up towards the high ground and get the weapons. Don't you want a charge rifle? Isn't that your favorite weapon?
Charge rifle, there we go, PK. And ultimately, yeah, I guess that's better for him to get a fresh PK instead of wasting 3 more shotgun ammos or whatever to reload here. But yeah, they're happy at least. They survived the 50-50. They get the kills, and now they're finally getting some loot. We're already down to 16 squads here in game number 5. The pace only getting faster and faster as the night goes on.
Now Karma doesn't know what he wants to do. I feel like he's a little flustered here. He's like, all right, I have a mag. I don't really know if I want to grab this. There it is. That is the play 1000%. Take that car. Maybe you want to go and grab the shotgun here. But, you know, based on the openings that this map offers, charge rifle you can see ends up being very useful, especially early on in the game. Charging that Evo shield up, getting that on over towards purple, picking up and farming damage. That 2x should be fairly useful for him going forward too. And you also find a heavy mag that you could pop back up onto the car. So I like this play from Karma. Definitely didn't start off the best, but you can see they are going to be big chillin' when it's all said and done. 16 squads remaining, and still a lot of loot to be had. I mean, we didn't see that much aggression going in the first game, so it's kind of weird to see 4 teams already go out in that first zone. But that's just how this map is going to be played. There's going to be so many different things that are happening that every game is going to be so different, and that's why it makes it exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you know, rotation timings be damned, because no one really knows what like the proper rotation timings is. I mean, we have a general sense right after so many years at World's Edge, a minute 30. You should be out of your POI by a minute 30. But this is a completely different playing field. Traversing across this map is much different than it is traversing across World's Edge. Now we get a look at the ring. It is pulling down towards fish farms, and I was wondering the state of Team Start the Fight, as it looks like they didn't get 50-50 that time, or maybe they ended up swapping things around. It was hard to tell with the cyan. Reading white on cyan is a little bit difficult there. The Team Intel now, remember, they are in first place. They got a pretty good lead, but they still need 2 consistent games in a row. And oh no! Oh no, Boo gets shot out of the sky as they try to redeploy. That's easy. 3 kills for Team Intel.
That's just brutal. And we've seen Intel. They are just mean to these teams. They just don't care. You want to try to Valkyrie redeploy out? You don't even get a skyward dive. You don't even barely get out of the bubble. And the shots were just so clean that there's nothing that you can do in that type of instance. That's just Team Intel for you in a nutshell. They're going to continue to theme. They're going to continue to run around and figure out exactly what they want to do. But I love the 30-30 here. I think that 30-30 still has been one of those weapons that players and teams have not completely gone all in on, and I think that it can hit extremely hard, especially with that 2-shot scope. Speaking of, excuse me, hitting hard, it's Team Blackhand with the backhand, and they are just gonna slap the other team. 2 kills, 3 assists already coming through, and it looks like they are starting to pick up a little momentum.
Yeah, game number 4 was a little bit rough for them, but this is definitely a big turnaround in game number 5, as Lazarus will take out 2 at the very least. We'll see if they can find the 3rd player remaining from this squad, but we've seen multiple finishers throughout the day. That's going to be a nice top off for his armor. The blue with 218, so he still has a ways to go on that. Another finisher coming out from Dank. They are really able to stretch these armors far. Dank does need to heal up though. They are on the edge of the zone, but again, it's ring number 1, and it's going to be closing in. They're coming in from that northwest side of the map right now, moving their way through checkpoints. And you can't imagine too many other squads are in the area. But again, it's so hard to tell how teams play this map out in a competitive format.
Yeah, with the Olympics going on and what we just saw, stay tuned for the synchronizing teabag Olympics going down in 2024. And Lazarus probably going to be at the top of the leaderboard.
Blackhand getting into a fight up against Razor, it looks like. as we get a good look at the replicator there. I wish it would show us, you know, what they're crafting. Yeah, instead of just watching us zoom in into the replicator. All right, Dreza gets finished off by the Black Hand. So Team Razor going to be playing a man down around all of this one. We'll see if they can get him back up. But Black Hand looks like they're actually hunting. Fearing Live falling next. And oh boy, Razor now down to just one player remaining. They're on the edges of the map. I don't know if there's going to be an opportunity for them to try and pick up this banner. Black Hand can take their time to just camp this banner. They've got 1 minute and 25 seconds before the zone even finishes closing.
Yeah, and it's still just round 1, right? So this is a great start again for Team Black Hand, and they are doing pretty well on this leaderboard. So let's see if they can add the pressure onto the rest of these teams. CCE, again, winners of game number 1. Really dominant performance in that first game, picking up a lot of kills along the way. Now trying to find their way back into the Fish Farms area where this zone should continue to pull back on over here. Fortunately, we have the player outlines and they don't realize no one was in these areas that they were looking for, but Boo 2 looks like that's going to be all she wrote is the Tomcat Rat Cam is going to come through, and there goes the Splash. But Splash is locking things down over here towards this beacon. They're waiting the next 30 seconds so they can go get the bubble scan. Then they're going to go and rotate. Will they rotate uphill over here so they can try to take this team down? That could be a play, but this team also could just end up Valkyrie redeploying past them and gatekeeping them, so it makes for a little bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to work their way over towards Storm Capture right now. Splash, though, we're just happy to be able to banner camp and also just camp the beacon. Again, this map is so important, especially when you don't have as much experience about being able to ring call, right? Because you only get the ring information if you're surviving ranked until, what, like round number 5, and if that, because sometimes rank doesn't even go to round number 5 sometimes, you know? So I think this is going to be extremely valuable for them to be able to pick up this beacon for themselves. They top off with the bats as well. It looks like Prodigy Ace is already in position to get that info for us. But we know this is going down to Fish Farms, but there are so many buildings at Fish Farms. You want to make sure you pick the right one.
Exactly, and I don't think the players know exactly what building that's going to be unless they have a ton of experience on this map, and that just remains to be seen with the amount of scrims that take place with Series E week to week, Pro and Open Day. Pro Day is tomorrow, y'all, if you want to make sure that you go and tune in. But so far, we have 2 games remaining here, and it still really is anybody's game in terms of who could take first and second place, placing up into the money. And one thing's for sure, the Open teams have been giving our Pro teams a run, our partner teams a run. So I'm excited to see what a team like Splash can do. Again, picking up momentum finally, and also just to see what can happen here in Storm Point. Who's going to be the teams that kind of show out? What compositions are going to end up being stronger? You can definitely see Caustic really falls off here. There's not a lot of buildings. There's a lot of open area. Gibby's pick rate's going to continue to skyrocket. Valkyrie is going to continue to skyrocket. It's just a matter of what that third legend is going to be.
Yeah. Right now on board with Splash as they're skirting their way across through Stormcatcher now to work their way towards the eastern side of the map, try and run that coastline possibly down into Fish Farms and keep the water to their back. That's at least one angle they won't have to worry about if they make it towards the coast. And it looks like that is going to be the game plan as the pings do go down all the way across. And so even though we had a very fast start, now in the mid game, things have settled down. As I say that, it looks like CCE do find the remnants of Team Razor knocking out Bursties. So we're now down to 12 squads remaining, and it is full squads as well.
We can cruise over here.
Yeah, and Splash has pings going down in front, but it doesn't seem like there are teams there, so most likely that is a rotation option that they're pinging. And with zone number 2 closing again, that doesn't really eat the shields that much. It's zone number 3 that'll really do it to you. But here's the back of Fish Farms, which when you are locking down things, holding down the back is always a smart option. We know how these zones typically work in Apex, where they'll continue to pull over towards that same side. But this is the composition that I was potentially looking for, right? We know that there's going to be Valkyrie. We know that there's most likely going to be Gibby. Crummy coming through on the horizon could be a potential big-time play here on Storm Point, especially when you looked at how that last game ended, Jamerson, with all of those teams stuck on top of each other. Imagine if you were able to get a huge black hole.
Throw in a black hole, throw in a gravity lift, all the visual clutter that you can add on. I mean, we had a team that was playing Bangalore, remember? Yeah, it was Team Intel, throw in some smokes as well. That would have been pure chaos, more so than what it already was. Team start a fight though here on the southeast peninsula of Fish Farms right now. They've got Team Intel on the other side of this one. So speak of the devil, they're going to be facing off. They've got two separate buildings though. No real need to try and grief each other, but there are the doors going as Fearless throws in that Arc Star.
No need to grief each other. Fearless says otherwise. He's also looking for that 10 damage going forward, but he's going to have to run away. Is going to end up being able to heal safely here, but I'm shocked that he didn't close the door on the way out. I don't know if he lives in a barn or he was just not afraid of what was going on behind him, but that was an opportunity to continue to beam him throughout all of that. And now you can see different buildings being taken here, and all the teams now starting to fly in to try to get into Fish Farms, and it looks like it's going to be Team Vizio. Typically a team that's already in the center of the zone. They're having a late rotation over here, and they're putting pings down over towards the backhand side where these trees are. So now it's about healing. If you really need to go and drop your bubble, if you're phoning, you will most likely be able to have that. Prodigy Aces finds a knock onto false there. But that's a smart rotation, right? Vizio didn't say, hey, we're all in on a building, right? We're going to go try to play the outskirts, get a little bit more information. We can gatekeep here. We're going to be in the zone. It's going to be A-okay. Maybe opportunities will present themselves. Speaking of opportunities, holy cow, Prodigy Aces finding a ton of damage over here. Also, with the little skirt, getting on out of there and just coming back around with the juke. So nice job by Splash, who's continuing to pick up momentum in this game.
I love that move. He really did just break some ankles there. Splash, though, clearing out the north side of this map, and so they will be safe behind these rocks. As I say that, though, now they're getting bombarded by the nades, and they've lost out on one. That's Team Start a Fight, forcing the issue, knowing they had a bit more room to work with Team Vizio getting out of there. Less threats of the third party, but they're forced back because of a defensive bombardment, and it looks like maybe Team Intel wants to show up and try and third party this one. Crummy gets behind that pier, gets behind some cover, but now he's got to deal with the rolling thunder. We'll see how well he dodges it, and it looks like he takes no damage whatsoever for that one. Aves, though, gets cracked. He still has to be careful, but it looks like Team Start a Fight will be able to pick up all this loot. Now here's Team Lust making the rotate in to the south side of Fish Farms. A little bit short, but doesn't seem like there are too many teams actually in the area to try and punish them, surprisingly enough.
Questionable to say the least, Emerson. Someone give my girl Bangalore some love. That was a really nice rolling thunder that did absolutely nothing. If that was a Gibby bombardment, we all know what would have happened. A couple, 50 shields popped off here and there, and cells would have had to come through. I thought that looked good. Also, whoever threw the defensive bombardment as they were running, that seemed like the most endless defensive bombardment ever. And I don't know how they were able to get out of that one, but that was pretty impressive. All of that dodging back and forth as we see what Lust is doing.
Just griefing of doors right now as they can get the thermite along with the missile swarm down, as Lust just completely uncontested here. They're not safe quite yet in this building. They might actually have to push forward. Doesn't seem like the rest of it is in. If Fat Root Ninja gets cracked up, he's only got 2 bats and 4 cells left, so their economy looking bad. And well, getting knocked is even worse, as Lust has not been able to trade back yet. It's Lazarus picking up 2 so far, and there's going to be some much needed loot for them. Lazarus moved into this position early on, so they needed all the heals they can get. They're definitely going to get that off of Team Lust, and also they should be able to retake their building after this. They do have that crypto, so they can use that drone to scout out the building that they left and get the all clear. But it looks like Team Nerf actually showed up and stole it away from them.
With the Kraber in hand, too. Kraber PK, man, you have to have some cojones for this one. Forcey's looking for some serious damage. We haven't seen much Kraber action today, so this is going to be fun to go and see. Bubble's going to be going down. They have no idea that they're being spotted out. You know what I want to see? Crypto go in his drone and then just get his face ripped off.
It's going to happen. It's bound to happen, as Force has... he has them in their sights. He knows that it's a full 3-man. This is their biggest threat currently. The team would possibly try and push them, but it looks like they have another option. Rotate up to the north. They've got the buildings there on that other island as well, playing off the dinghy. And as they creep up, Force is not going to show his hand. He's not going to show that he's got that Kraber. So they are a bit wary of it, but you know, it's still a trump card for Force to be able to play off of, with 9 squads remaining now. And you can see that final peninsula that we saw Team Intel holding position over is where it actually ends. Teams start a fight, though, up against Black Hand, and they do clean that one up. And Team Intel only picking up some extra loot ultimately here, not able to get anyone from Team Start a fight.
Another knock coming through. That's going to be Bird. And then the flush comes through. And what a weird situation. I mean, kill leader with only 3 kills there for maybe just goes to show how spread out this game has been. But Fearless gets that rolling thunder back, excuse me. And we'll see if he's going to be able to utilize this here towards the end game. Look at this zone. It continues to pull over towards the backhand side. They are owning almost a majority of that zone too. So the rest of the squads are going to have to fight their way in as Team Intel Gate keeps a majority of them.
And we all know what it's like to run through water here. They've got their team to that northwest right now. That's no longer Lazarus. They ended up getting cleaned up, remember, as Nerf starting to go for the air burst nades, coming down, zeroing in on their positioning, trying creating the opening for Dimmy. There's a hit onto Flesh as well, forcing out the bubble. And now Force with that Kraber out, goes for the shot.
Ooh.
A little wide though, but it's still buying space, buying time. Beautiful timing as that bubble goes down. He throws down the defensive bombardment on top of them, but they have answered in return on the other side, forcing them back. Dimmy actually goes down. CCE gets the knock onto him. Now he does have the bubble, but he's so out of position. There we go. Pushes up and doesn't hit the res quite yet. It is not possible for him. They are too close. And so Team Nerf end up losing out on Dimmy. Maybe there's an opportunity for them to try and get the res if he can get a knock with this Kraber, but no, never mind. Phony will be able to finish him off.
So unfortunate because you can see where Turns is. Turns doesn't have an angle to help because he retreated so far. And we'll see if the Kraber shots do connect. Nice 145 right there, but Dimmy just, ooh, 116 to the body too. If Turns was able to have an angle, I feel like Force would have went for the res right there, but because of that, now they have to play this 2-man game back on over towards the crate, which is completely viable. I think that they could survive a little bit longer, but the bubble on cooldown is the big difference there. So if they start chucking grenades over there, or maybe defensive with Barbie comes on, they're going to be absolutely screwed as Fearless trying to stay alive inside of this building. And looks like a little bit of deja vu over here, just over towards a different area of the map here, as teams starting to all filter in towards one building.
Minute 24 seconds, and they need to deal with this squad. Nerf turning things around on the Vizio right now. They've already gotten 2 kills, but it looks like Excedrin come in for the third party. And now Excedrin might be able to clean up the remnants of Team Vizio here. Fearless, though, turns around into one. It's map taken from start of fight. Traded back with maybe, though, but he's a little bit lost in the sauce there. Now an Arcstar comes in. Phase breach to get out from that Arcstar, and he loses out on Mooney. He will fall. Team start of fight. Regain control over Fish Farms now as enemy pushes up. He's got the Mozambique peak in the late game. He does have the hammer points. There it is. That's why that one hits for a truck once you're out of shields.
I love seeing the Mozambique come in here with the hammer points. It's definitely viable. You can see the rate of fire is extremely strong. The pellets hit fairly hard as well. And like you said, once those shields are gone, anything is possible in terms of picking up kills. But here it is, the 3v3. And Excedrin, this is so good for them, Jamerson. Yeah, they don't have a lot of kills right here. But keep in mind, they won the first game on Store Point. They're looking for the repeat win. And we haven't even have a repeat winner yet today. What better time to do it than on the new map?
The +12 might close the gap between them and Team Intel here. They've also got the priority in terms of positioning. Take a look at the arc being set up. That squad's trying to use that zip line right into just some arc stars and thermites. More arc stars coming out here for enemy as he hits onto that ash. He needs to be careful here as the tether goes down. He'll go ahead and back up as Cruisin takes some time to go ahead and hit that bat. Now they are once again forcing them back into this corner. They need to get the flush it again for this Mozambique to really start opening up, but now was not the time to really pull that one out. Kimchi Lee will go down next and all up to Cruisin. They have traded back and forth though. It's coming down to a 1v1. Cruisin has the armor. He hits a big shot there and it takes one more tap. Team Excedrin with the back-to-back wins here on Storm Point.
That was impressive from Cruisin. I mean, coming through, you saw how many knocks were going down on Team Excedrin. It looked like they were going to potentially lose the fight.
the wingman just hitting over and over again, the angles, the peak shot over towards the end. But I loved all the little details we saw and the plays that they were making with the bubble coming down, the tether coming down, even just hitting that little cell inside. All of a sudden, the team perfectly sends it in there. I thought both teams played that extremely nice, but Team Excedrin getting the back-to-back wins on the back of Cruisin'.
Now, will that be enough to put them in the lead heading into the final game of the day? Will they also be able to get the hat trick here on Stormpoint? Well, all those questions will be answered right after this break. When we get back, we'll have game number 6 and the final game of tonight right after this.
We're going to do it in 3, 2, 1.
Lightning strikes twice for Excedrin tonight as they grab their second victory in a row here, taking the win in game number 5. We looked at Enemy with the last one with those 7 kills he was able to grab, and it was a nice boon there for Excedrin, looking to have a strong finish here. And of course, you heard Jamerson and Tom talking about, can they bring out the hat trick with 3 wins in a row on Stormpoint? We'll have to find out when we go back to them for game number 6. But at the very least, it has been a nice finish here for Excedrin. Let's check out our next player of the game here for tonight. It's going to go to Cruisin' this time around. Not as big of a numbers game here for Excedrin, but still 3 kills and 2 assists and about 1,000 damage here for Cruisin' is a nice little W for the squad. Of course, Excedrin was able to build a nice bit of points there with what they did in Game 4, and adding on top of that here with the performance in Game 5 certainly puts the pressure on Intel. I'm curious to see how things have shaken out on that Mobile 1 leaderboard when we go back to Tom and Jamerson here momentarily, but I think it is setting us up for a very interesting finish to the night here. We are going to go to a quick break. Do want to remind you folks, of course, if you're looking for products from any of our partners here at Esports Arena, you can pick them up at walmart.com/Esports Arena. Make sure to head over there today and grab whatever you need. We're going to a break right now. When we come back, the final game of the day here on Series E.
with their win in game number 4, Team Excedrin were able to propel themselves up to 3rd place, but they got one more win there in game number 5. Was it enough to put them into 1st place heading into the final game of the evening? Let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see where they stand now, as it all comes down to our final game, and it's still not enough. Team Intel are in 1st place, but that lead has been cut down to 8 points. Team Excedrin now here in 2nd place, Tom.
Dun, dun, dun. It's basically coming down to this, and Excedrin really needs these points, Jamerson. We know that they're on the outside looking in. Unfortunately for them, it's not Team Nerf that's having a bad day, it's Team Vizio, and they really need to catch up to these two teams that are really stuck in between them, right? He's got sandwiched in between the two teams that they're really trying to beat, and it's been a great start to Storm Point for them as we take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment. Excedrin has put together a great end game in both of these times, and Cruisin really, really popped off over here. You got to give him credit. That was not an easy 1v1 to win, and it looked like things were falling apart, but he was able to pull it back.
Yeah, 8 points. That's all they need to make up here, and really, at this point, it's almost a 2-horse race between Intel and Excedrin, but Nerf and CCE aren't too far behind. Nerf down by 11 points to Excedrin, and CCE just 1 point behind them. Beyond that, though, I think that's basically our top 4 teams that can fight for 1st and 2nd place. Taking a look at the Mobile One high performance moment, it's that final 3v3, Excedrin versus CCE, and I don't think this was the call, pulling out that Mozambique, but it's okay because Cruisin is still alive. Looking for a bruise and hitting these wingy shots that just looked surgical.
It really did, and he has a battery, but there's no reason to even try to heal here. He doesn't take any damage. He's connecting so much on this 1v1 against Ivan, throws the tether out, etc., etc. That's how you go and do that one. But really, you got to give credit also to the massive shots that came in right there for Kim Chi Lee, to the fact that he goes through and he is able to land some damage as he goes down, means that Cruisin was putting in some serious damage from his point of view the entire time, because you saw the Mozam wasn't really connecting right there. You had to go and basically use this knockdown shield, which was used to perfection, by the way. And the callouts and the communication to go and pinpoint where this last player was makes things just that much easier for Cruisin to go and do. So you can see that the confidence was going forward there, because again, they won the previous game. There's a lot that they're playing for. There's a lot on the line to try to stay into Series E. And I think you're starting to see that. Not only that, there's a lot on the line for Storm Point. We're going to be switching on over that towards the ALGS. So whether, they throw all that on the window and say, hey, let's focus on Storm Point. Let's get confidence going on over here. That potentially could bleed on over to confidence in World's Edge if we stay on World's Edge as well.
Yeah, early adoption of the map for our squads, really learning it, really learning the ins and outs of it. I mean, one of the things that I love when it comes to a new map drop, especially in Apex Legends, just how much like are the pros like to one up each other in their map knowledge, right? It's like, hey, did you know about this rat spot? What about this rat spot? When it comes down to when they're playing ranked and there's so much downtime, they're like, oh, did you know about this boost? You could make this jump here. And so there's still a lot of room for discovery when it comes to this map. So I'm glad that we're able to do this here in Series E.
Yeah, and again, you look at these shots coming through in for Kim Chi Lee at the final moments right there. He gets one knock. He also gets a little bit of collat damage on the second shot going forward, which makes one of the players one shot on the enemy team. So the wingman comes through, Cruisin gets that second knock. It was basically almost a 3v1 right there, but it ended up being a kind of like a 2v3 with Lee coming through and Cruisin coming through. And because of the massive shots that Lee was able to put in before, he ended up going down, resulted in huge dividends going for Cruisin. So you have to give credit to really all the players on that team. I mean, especially when you saw the Mozambique plays that were happening inside the building prior to that, they had to get to that moment, right? They had to get to that Mobile One high performance moment. So a great team effort coming through. And will they three-peat here? We'll find out as we take a look at game number 6. Storm Point, not used to seeing it, right? Well, we are switching off of World's Edge here in Series E, and we've had 3 games of World's Edge to start, switching for the last 3 on over towards Storm Point.
Here we go. It's been the slow build-up as well for Team Excedrin, but it looked like Storm Point was the much-needed change that they needed, as they have definitely built up so much momentum in the last 2 games. Intel have slowed down since that monstrous game number 3 that they had earlier on today, and we get to see where exactly Team Excedrin actually like to drop on this one. And we have another northern zone, this one very similar to what we had in game number 4.
Yeah, and you see the rotations coming from the south side make it fairly tough as Lazarus is going to go and be rude again. You know, did you really need to go and do that? Yeah, you really did. If it's free, if you can get the free finisher, why not? Especially when you go and get that armor back. But it looks like another player is going to be on the run over here. Rampage shots didn't connect as hard as Dank was potentially hoping for, but at that point, that player is just a little bit of an ant, right? We have the Tomcat Rat Cam. Well, that player was just a straight up ant, and another player is going to drop down. It looked like free pickings here for the Lazarus squad, and unfortunately for Dragon, he may get finished as well.
Yeah. I think this is Lazarus's like 7th or 8th finisher across the night. I mean, we're lucky to see even one, I would say, on a tournament night. And Lazarus is definitely made up for lost time at this point. Razor, though, find themselves in a fight over at their drop, as it looks like they're right underneath Bursty with a nice little finger roll nade to get that one down. Fortunately, the team underneath him is just a little bit wiser and don't go out for the peek, but they run out into the middle of nowhere. Big Tag's coming out with that triple take. Bursty forcing out the bubble by himself, and now Fearing Live wants to give chase. Scan is not up for another 15 seconds, and so, and like the patience coming out from him, not overextending for this one, despite the damage that was being put down. Now we do have another fight. Nestle up against it. Once again, a young Pup-Tart trading away for Carnage Cowboy, but Casellos trades back. That's a 1v2 for them, as they should be able to clean that one up shortly.
You know, Jamerson, I'm actually going to disagree with you, man. I think that they're using the Bloodhound too much as a crutch right there. And when you do so much damage and you get the bubble down, I feel like that is an opportunity to definitely full send in that type of situation, because you got to be able to sense weakness, right? They ran out like the Three Stooges, one by one. The bubble was used just for a little bit of cover, barely any cover. It wasn't like this like amazing bubble that saved their lives. But, you know, now we take a look at what's going on the splash side, and it looks like they are possibly falling apart here, as they all are down to 1 HP for Prodigy Aces, and that is not the situation that you want to be in. However, nice little slide, triple take shot coming in onto Carnage Cowboy. Can he do some more damage onto the Bloodhound? No. That is going to be all she wrote. Nice job by the Steamroller squad, who's been pretty impressive today.
Wait, I'm so confused. That looked like it should have been a full connect with a triple take onto the heady of that Bloodhound. I don't understand how it only did 1 pellet's worth of damage throughout all of that. I feel like he might have gotten a little bit robbed there. But now, Team Razor making their push on out, finally re-engaging with this squad. They are stuck across the ways, and with no mobility there for Fearing Live, you can't really try and cut them off. And so they're just gonna go ahead and get some credits for the replicators and probably head back for that one. Fearing Live still needs to work up towards it. Never mind, he's got a blue right there for himself. So he gets a free upgrade.
Yeah, it looks like that's one of the leftovers from the previous team, and there's another blue armor right there. So now Fearing Live going to go and use that Bloodhound. Ultimate Beast of the Hunt is going to be popped, which is going to give them the scans a lot faster. You can see 8 seconds to go and get those scans, but the weapons just not really too hot for Razor right now. Yeah, that Wingman's looking nice, but the RE45 is really not going to connect that much. Really, the most valuable thing that you're going to be doing is hitting these scans, and since he hasn't switched on over to the cells from the syringes quite yet, it makes me wonder if he has any, and that was the case. He was running out. They only have 1 cell for the rest of the team, and now Team Razor's going to have to send this. And honestly, Jamerson, what situation would you have rather been in? When you had the damage up top when they were running out 1 by 1, or this situation here where you absolutely have nothing?
I think a third squad might have been showing up. Fearing Live tagged someone off to the left-hand side. There's a full 3 right in front of him. We saw that black hole being utilized as well. Backing away, Bursty needs some help, but like you said, they are struggling in the heals department. I'd be surprised if they have any more bats, any more cells really to work with here. When you're getting 50-50, you know you're already struggling for meds. There's a med kit coming out from Bursty, and up here at Lightning Rod now, they're pretty far away from the zone, and essentially they are going to have to fight through this. As you can see, TFG down to just false. He did end up getting the beacons, and so he's going to hit that hit the respawn for them just to the south of where this fight was taking place.
Yeah, nice job by False getting back into there, and the power of the Valkyrie skyward dive shows right there, and we'll see if TFG can make some sort of impact on this game. Alternator Prowler, not really what you're looking for. Kuvu 2, not what you're looking for as well. Another Tomcat Rat over here, potentially going to get slashed out here very shortly. You can see a team is creeping on over towards the side, maybe potentially going to spot him out. But respawn timeout coming out, that is the worst case scenario over here. The bounce pad offering some sort of weird cover that I didn't know was possible.
Yeah, plugged cube. Too busy looting. Doesn't even realize that he's there. I like that how it almost camouflages in with the greenery, right? That jump pad, so it offers even more cover for himself.
And,
so
and it's like alternator skin. It's like matching and everything. Really, maybe the only thing they'll see is like that blue Tron type of color that's coming out of the side of the alternator.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone's aware that he's there, though. Again, the Bloodhound team's playing on the edges right now, and he's going to be relatively safe up here at the wall. You can see he's just on the edge of the zone. This is very similar to what we had in our first game of Storm Point, where the ring ended basically just off to the west in that little divot of water there. We do have Excedrin making their way on in from the mill now over towards the checkpoint side. And Skyward Dive, and along with the passive of the Valkyrie, really not showing anyone on the map. So looks like they're relatively free. Someone is trying to shoot them from behind, and Cruzen has taken some damage. But it looks like the landing zone is all clear for them as they make their way on up to the north side of checkpoint and closer and closer to where a lot of people think this zone will end. Looks like that team is starting to trail behind them, and you already have the enemy keeping good eye on their back right now.
Yeah, Excedrin is definitely playing this one slow, and I agree. I think that if you can, again, watch the kill feed, that is what happens in these instances, and this is great practice for them, not only on Storm Point, for just in general, of being an opportunity to kind of go toe-to-toe with a team like Intel and see exactly what the best way to approach this game would have been. CCE now, a little bit of a skirmish, Slacking gets the knock there with the Arc Star. You can see bubble placement is pretty solid, but it's throwing Ivan off just a little bit. He's going to go and have to hit this battery. Door is open, so he has to watch his back, and they realize he's behind him the entire time. 3 players all lining up. Chatham is prime. Going to go and eliminate CCE, 2 open teams duking it out, and they're also in that next zone as the scan has been used on their end. So nice job by Chatham's Prime coming up from the low ground. Never really an easy thing to do when you have to come up a spiral staircase like that.
Yeah, the ring hard hugging for zone number 2 here for the squad. Team Intel, our number 1 squad right now, 8 points above Team Excedrin. You got to be careful about how they approach this fight. If they go down, that could just mean Excedrin walk away with the win. Angle being set up by Fearless as goes ahead, goes for the peak, hits for the 38. He's got that DT. The smoke will be invaluable to him now, but he does get challenged, and he's forced back as he gets cracked. Maybe himself overextends, and he will fall now as Mooney is about to fall himself. Fearless does take out one, and it's a 1-for-1 exchange. As XL goes down, Mooney picks one up throughout all of that. Now Fearless, does he realize that it's a 1v1 here? He just ends up giving up chase because Vizio have shown up for the third party. Team Intel realizing their best bet now is just to try and rat this one out.
Surprised that he's smoking behind him when he's running up a hill instead of smoking where the players potentially would have been at that could have shot him. But that was very uncharacteristic missed shots coming in from Fearless. I'm going to blame it on the Digi-threat, to be honest with you. I feel like if he would have had anything else, he would have been A-okay in that instance. Even, Scissor is going to be able to get that knock. Pony switching out to Pathfinder too, which is fairly interesting. So they're trying to play a little bit of a double high ground game instead of going with Horizon too. I think that's pretty awesome that they're going to bust Pathfinder out in this type of instance. But don't count out Fearless yet. If they get a little bit too excited about chasing these kills down, you may see Fearless double back and try to get these banners.
Yeah, Path Zipline actually, I feel like is works extremely well here on Storm Point because you just have so much, clutter. There's trees and leaves and everything around that might give you some additional cover. Kuvu, it looks like he was sussed out and he's gonna try and run for his life. Now he is, of course, on that Octane, and he's gonna jump pad into another squad. Into another rat spot.
He didn't even know that was there, let's be honest. He's like, oh man, I just bounced pad into the wall. Wait, I am the best rat ever. And if you have rats in your attic like this, call Tomcat, because they are gonna sniff them out and get rid of them unorganized on top of it. Slash. And that was pretty fun to watch, I'm not gonna lie. I think that's the most fun I had from a rat cam in a while.
It's like he sees the jump pad and he's like, there's only one other place it could be, which is above. So good deduction coming out from Unorganized there to pick that one up. And now, let me show you my whip. Team Lazarus just, they're just lining it up here And this is actually kind of perfect. I mean, Valkyrie working as like the Christmas tree to start the race.
Are they baiting? Are they going to shoot a missile barrage in the air and then race their way in? Looks like that's what the case is. Everyone taking their own vehicle. You know, not very gas efficient, not very environmentally friendly to Stormpoint, but it works nonetheless.
Yeah, just cue the, you know, the Fast and Furious 3 theme at this point. You know? There's one more if they wanted to pick up another Trident. Trident, right? Yeah, Trident for themselves at this point. I feel like Bird might have the advantage, though, of course. He can pop down the shield right on top, but there's another full squad in their way. Lazarus are just going to say, see ya, that's Excedrin. Oh, man, what are Lazarus doing? Vizay might actually fall. He does throw down the smoke for themselves, and this was a planned rotate coming out from Lazarus.
That was pretty interesting because I guess it was planned, calculated, whatever it was. Vizay definitely concerned me a little bit, but it looks like they are now going to be in a position where they can potentially gatekeep over here. So we'll see what Lazarus is able to do. And guess what? Too fast, too furious, but too fast for y'all, man. They're going to get back into the Tridents and make their way and make the rotation a little bit more onto the map. But Chadamus Prime is starting to heat up here, Jamerson. They are picking up a couple of kills, decent amount of damage coming through as well. And we've seen them play pretty well. Remember when Adam was able to clutch it in game number 4? They crawled down, he got the res. They, got towards the tail end of that game. And I believe they're on the left side of the leaderboard too. So a good performance from them so far.
Yeah, and then this is basically the same position that they were playing off of in game number 4, first game of Stormpoint here. But no other squads in the area trying to challenge and contest for these shuttles. It can actually provide some nice cover if they need to use that Valkyrie deploy. Excedrin spot out Lazarus. They do end up giving chase and giving them a taste of their own medicine, hitting them with the BM with that finisher. Vizay going down. I feel like Lazarus might have been trying to use those Tridents to try and block up the entries to their building, but they might have been caught out while they were doing so. Team Excedrin now in a beautiful position to try and close this one out. Team Intel down to just one player, I believe, still ratting this one out. Excedrin picking up kills. They only have to basically make up 8 points, I believe, was the difference between them and Team Intel. And this is the way to do it. Team Excedrin now in the top 12.
Yep, Excedrin's like, Lazarus, do you want to taste your own medicine? Well, guess what? You could pick us up over the counter at your local Walmart.
Excedrin giving everyone a headache here. And also just the medicine to heal it at this point. But now they're on the western side of the zone, and there's no one here to contest them. Lazarus was the only one. Oh boy, here comes Lazarus. This is an absolute clown car there, showing up with that. Maybe it's the rescue mission to try and pick up the banner, but now they put themselves right in the middle of nowhere. They realize that, there we go, Bird was taken out. Okay, yeah, enemy ended up picking that one up. That's going to be 3 crucial points for Team Excedrin to pick up. Now they are down by 5 points to Team Intel.
I was worried about that drop box, man. That thing looked brutal if it would have landed on your head. Could have ended up crushing you. And that wouldn't have been good for Team Excedrin, but they are looking solid right now to potentially move into first place if they can keep this momentum up. Now it's all about just staying off of the death scores. Just make sure you're not in the kill feed on that right-hand side and you stay on the left side as TFG potentially getting this res back on the false. Maybe they can get tied back in, but they're getting shot in the back. Looks like another player. Ooh, nice little burst right there from Gunch. Is going to buy a little bit of time, but not having any batteries, that is the tough spot right here. False doesn't have any. Slow Heal's having to come in as well for Gunch. Making his way around the corner, but somehow surviving. That's the right play right there. Going for the med kit, you're going to get a little bit more bang for your buck in terms of the timing there since you don't have a battery, but Tide is just putting down pings and saying, please help me out before this guy thirsts me. Well, guess what? We can't. We have to heal first.
Now, with them healing up, though, as we swap back on over to Team Nerf, they're on the western side of this zone. They might have Excedrin near them at this point, fighting over the foxholes here, and they do have the bubble forced down at the very least. No nade in the hand for Dimmy, unfortunately. We'll see if Force Returns have something in kind. A defensive bombardment going down to try and slow things down as they go for that repeat turns. Getting tagged up is forced back once again. Dimmy trying to find an off angle here as he does get some decent damage off. Hits for the 41, 45 for the flesh, and Force smells blood in the water. He wants to take advantage of this. Great bubble to get them that early push into that building. Big PK shot, but doesn't get the knock quite yet. Now they get challenged themselves. No, it is not Excedrin on the other side of this one. Nobu will fall. One more. Nerf looking quite healthy as they finish out this fight. No one going down, but the third-party attack already coming in. A defensive bombardment from Force just to try and dissuade a third party here, but they'll get the armor swaps. It's Fearless who try to go in for that peak. He's still ratting this one out. And at this point, if you're Excedrin, you're still looking for that name. You're looking for Team Intel to fall.
They may not even know that he's still alive, but knowing that he's playing Bangalore could end up being the thorn on towards the side of Team Intel. But keep in mind, Nerf is still in the running. If they're able to pop off here over towards the tail end, that could see them climb up that feed. But right now, it's coming down to these two teams, right? It's Intel, it's Excedrin, Fearless. How many more points can he get as this Tomcat Rat? He's got the zone, he's got his back pretty safe. And if he can just continue to smoke this out and throw grenades and add pressure. See what I really like about Fearless is he's playing big, right? He's not sitting there turtling. He's not hiding. He's trying to have some sort of presence. He understands the spacing of the map. Once he needs to run, once he needs to hide, that's what he's going to do. The only thing that could potentially stop him is, you know, a charge rifle across the map, a bloodhound scan, etc., etc. But if he just continues to do this, maybe this other team will be forced out of that position into somewhere that they're uncomfortable.
And he's picking up some valuable utility. He was able to pick up a Fragnate along with an Arc Star there, surprisingly enough. And so if a team tries to push him, he does have the tools to try and 3v1 or 1v3 at the very least. Team Vizio, no surprises here. They have made it to the late game with a number of kills themselves. So maybe finally this is their opportunity to try and at least get a win on the board. It won't put them into the top 2, but it'll be a nice way to end the night as Excedrin, they got full control over this building now. Kraber in the hands of Kimchi Lee. The peek out from Relay there doesn't get punished as Lee is just biding his time.
All right, so Fearless just gets eliminated. He goes out in 6th place. I'm not quite sure how many kills they had, but this is the moment for Excedrin now. And then if Excedrin gets eliminated, all eyes end up on Nerf. So really, Kimchi is one of the most important players on the map right now with this Kraber. He's going to start to get a little bit aggressive, though, and I like that he's not rocking a shotgun in the back pocket. He has an R301 with a gold mag. That's an automatic weapon that's going to put in some serious work, especially with the 2X. R301, I feel like, is always really strong on Gibby because that zoom, that time that it takes to zoom in just for a little bit is that time that it takes to get your arm shield up to give you that extra cover as the Gibraltar. So we'll see how Kimchi Lee, who's always been one of our strongest Gibbies, ends up playing this one. He's looking for the collateral, doesn't find it, but 116 to the buttocks right there is going to do some serious work and force a heal out of the team on the other side, which is Team Vizio.
And that just puts the fear of the Kraber also into the rest of the map here. And it's hard to tell, but it looks like a sliver of their buildings in. Nice connect onto Relay here. Now they just want to secure the last of these kills. You have to imagine they've been keeping track of the kill feed. Nice Arc Star stick, but that's going to be the raid queue from Fat Fruit Ninja. Kimchi Lee turning around onto Prophet. He's got the rest of his squad there. They got the knock onto 2 members. Now Fat Fruit Ninja will fall, and that might have just done it for Team Excedrin there. They might be able to just get the win with that. Team Vizio, though, now trying to take advantage, but Phony gets turned on almost instantly. Cracked. Takes a moment to hit that bat, and now they lose out on 1. The 1-for-1 exchange as Kimchi Lee has fallen here, and that is their Gibraltar, so no bubble res will be coming out from them, but Team Vizio have given up the ground. There might be space, there might be time for Team Excedrin to get him back into the game.
What an unfortunate turn of events right there for Team Vizio. I mean, Fury just gets a little bit too aggressive. Looks like they are going to be able to finish off Kimchi Lee, who is a huge player right now. But there is one player remaining, and that is Cruisin'. He goes out in 4th place. I'm not quite sure if that's enough points, Jamerson. I think they needed to get a little bit more. It's going to come down to the math. I'm glad I'm not an admin right now.
They did pick up about 6, maybe 7 kill points in this game. And they do have the placement point differential. Don't know if it's enough. It's going to be extremely close right now. Team Vizio still alive. Team Nerf still alive. Nerf were in 3rd place. They need to pick up the last of these kills. They can't let any of these get away from them. There's, what, 6 still left on this. And Now, you can see Vizio doing their classic arc. They're setting up that crossfire for themselves they love to do here in the late game now. You can see Scissors is keeping young Pop-Tart and that entire squad at bay as they get a knock. Phony picking that one up onto Patty, but that means that Nerf get a little bit more space to work off of. That's a nade that's not used on Nerf, and now Nerf are looking for an angle to try and take advantage of Vizio, maybe tunneling a little bit too hard onto young Pop-Tart and Carnage Cowboy.
Well, the thing is, they're leaving Fury by himself because they know that he's going to bracelet back on over towards them. But look at the way that Scissors is playing this one. He's out in the open, but he has that rock in front of him. He has the zip line on over towards the side if he needs to get back on over towards his teammate. He has another rock on over towards the right-hand side. So he's in just perfect position. I love this overhead because you can see how confident each player is in their own right, but how confident they are in each other by holding these angles. This is just how you need to play Apex in these type of situations, because a lot of other teams would be like standing where Fury is and all three players would be on maybe that wall or that gray fence, whatever you want to go and call that one. Not here. Everyone taking these angles, understanding the situation, even forces out a defensive bombardment towards one player that's not even there, and now they can keep these two teams at bay, forcing them to have to fight each other and try to pick up the points along the way. This is going to be very hard for Nerf to get out of.
And this is what you have to worry about when you get into the late game up against Vizio. The extra nades they pick up with that Black Market Boutique raining in onto Nerf. Phony gets the knock onto Dimmy. They took the time to hit that Black Market Boutique. Luckily for them, Nerf at least get the knock onto Carnage Cowboy, but they need to secure the thirst. There we go. They secure 2 more kill points for themselves, but that means Vizio understand this is their win. They charge forward, and they will deny, of course, the three-peat, the hat trick for Team Excedrin. And now the big question, did Excedrin do enough in this game to get the win? Maybe Nerf even had an opportunity with the second place finish there to try and sneak away first place. Well, we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna take one last break, and when we get back, we'll be able to announce the winners of Open Night here for Series E right after this.
Excedrin, unfortunately, not able to get the finish that they were looking for, but they might possibly have gotten enough points to eke out a win. Intel didn't get the performance that they were looking for in that last game either, and Excedrin was hot on their heels. But the story of Game 6 was Team Vizio. They were able to grab the win and close out the night strong. They haven't been that huge threat that we saw at the beginning of the season quite as often here on Open Night, but at the very least, they close it out with a W here on Storm Point. Let's check out our final player of the game here for tonight's competition, and this one's going to go to Scissors, the current kill leader in Series E with another 6 kills and 2 assists to his name, just short of 2,000 damage, and has again been that big playmaker for Team Vizio this season. Adding that alongside Phony and Fury has made them a lethal combination, and that's a big reason why they grabbed the win here in the final game of the day. Of course, the TOs outside are going through the numbers, figuring out who took the win here tonight. And when we go back to Jamerson and Tom here in a few moments, we will see that final Mobile One leaderboard. I'm looking forward to seeing how things shook out, because it was a very tight competition at the top between Intel, Excedrin, and Nerf, who all had exceptional nights. But we'll have those answers when we come back. Don't go far, folks. We'll finish tonight's competition when we return.
I got this massive and I'm ripping up your flag.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Team Vizio capping off the night with the win, but, you know, we saw them struggle throughout the first 5 games of the evening. We'll see if it was enough maybe to propel them into second place, but I feel like firmly, you know, it was first and second place for Team Intel and Team Excedrin. Let's go ahead and look at the Mobile One leaderboard for the final time tonight to see who walks away with the win. And Team Intel survived in first place by 2 points, Tom.
Points. That's so close. I mean, there was so many different things that happened today. It was so exciting to watch, but you got to feel good if you're Excedrin, right? I mean, getting second place, but the amount of points that they got, Jamerson, 77 points is a decent amount, and that's going to give them a lot of confidence for Storm Point for the rest of the half here in Series Z, and we'll see how all these teams do tomorrow in our Pro Day.
Yeah, importantly, I mean, if you're looking at the other squads, right, the difference in points for them between them and Razor, that's like a 40-some-odd point difference, or 54-point difference, actually. And them, when you compare them to Nestle Splash as well, that's a 39-point difference. So these nights make a huge difference when we still have, what, about 5-6 weeks of regular play here in the regular season of Season 4. So this is a huge night for them. And we'll see if they can bounce back even further during the Pro Night. And here we go. This is Lazarus's completely planned rotation into the zone. Nothing goes wrong whatsoever for them here.
No, it's not like they had the trident facing backwards to start or anything, which I didn't notice until just now. Like, after all of that lining it up, it's like, hey, did you realize that thing was backwards the entire time? As they made their way through here, you had a team on over towards the side. They got in there one by one. And it was just pretty funny to watch. Lazarus ended up having a good time. And that's what it's all about, right? They had some fun. They're still learning along the way. Might as well do some crazy stuff, see if you can go and get away with it. Meanwhile, the partner teams that are trying to stay in Series Z, they're really hardcore about picking up those points. And I think we saw that today with all of our teams, but especially Excedrin, who were able to pick up the only back-to-back wins today.
Yeah, and honestly, the real shout out, though, goes to our free cam observer, who was able to just get this clean movement through, tracking them throughout all of this. It was just, it's just so ridiculous watching this actually unfold. And I mean, these were necessary kills that Excedrin needed. It was so close. If they could have just gotten 2 more kill points, they could have actually walked away with the win. And there it is, the camera action, super clean. I mean, I believe the Academy Awards are coming up. I mean, I think we should definitely deserve a nomination for this shot right here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, you know, going back to the way that teams have been playing Storm Point, there's still a lot of learning going forward. One thing's for sure, Team Intel with their 40-point performance today was something to go and rewatch. So if you are just joining us, make sure you go and watch Game 3, that last game on World's Edge, where Team Intel just went absolutely crazy with Mad Maggie. So congratulations to Team Intel and Excedrin.
Yeah, Team Intel, Team Excedrin's are first and second place winners tonight, respectively. That is going to go ahead and do it for us. We're going to go ahead and send it back over to the studio for JC to finish things off. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow for Pro Night. Thank you all, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Pro Night is definitely going to be very fun, very exciting to watch after an incredible performance from the partnered squads here tonight. Intel, Excedrin, Nerf are your top three, and you heard Tom talking about it right there. All the way back to Game 3, Intel with one of the single best single game performances there, 28 kills. It was a huge boon to their showing here tonight. And when you look at, they get 79 points overall, and 40 of them came from just a single game. That is a hell of a showing from Intel. We got a couple looks at the rat there from Intel in that final game, and looks like they did just enough to hold off Excedrin in that one. Very key, as they win just by 2 points on the Mobile One leaderboard, and that is now the second open night victory here for Team Intel as they continue to build on these roster changes that they made. We talked to them last week on the Roster Mania show. Petty Boss talking about bringing in a couple of controller players, changing the game for them. James Fearless had an incredible night tonight, and Intel looking like a well-oiled machine with the way they performed here, and we'll have to see what they can do tomorrow when the big dogs come to play. So congratulations to Intel, and looking forward to see what they can do tomorrow night. That is going to do it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back again tomorrow for Pro Night, same time, same place, right here at 4 p.m. Pacific time, so don't miss out on that. My name is Yeso. It's been a pleasure to be your host here today. Thank you so much for coming to hang out. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Ooh, like the 301 hum, bats of bullets off your chest to the armor falling off. Oh god, all this gas making you cough. Feeling caustic when I drop, leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, watch you move, you a bot. Watch you fade like a thought, skull town where I bang. Watch your life, watch your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. 301 in my hands, different drop, same plan. To my squad, I'm the man, I'm a witness, no I can't. Sending shots, no spam, accurate, watch them slam, watch them run, while they can, make them slump. Give me the loot, take what I want, all of my rounds, I light like the sun, yeah I am the one, lighting you up. R301, you're all that I need, you're all that I want. We at the top, act like we scum, taking your life and leaving the crumbs. Do what we want, we get the dub, living that life, yeah, R301. I got the size, H-Cog, barrel stabilized, no rock. Standing back, more shots, standard stock, ready pop. I got the size, H-Cog, barrel stabilized, no rock. Standing back, more shots, standard stock, ready pop. Ooh, like the 301 hum, bats of bullets off your chest to the armor falling off. Oh god, all this gas making you cough. Feeling caustic when I drop, leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, watch you move, you a bot. Watch you fade like a thought, skull town where I bang. Watch your life, watch your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. Ooh, like the 301 hum, bats of bullets off your chest to the armor falling off. Oh god, all this gas making you cough. Feeling caustic when I drop, leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, watch you move, you a bot. Watch you fade like a thought, skull town where I bang. Watch your life, watch your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another